Okay, this would be normally where the stream begins, but right now the bitrate is being a little bit temperamental. Looking at, let's see, where is it? It's decent kilobytes per second now. But look at how many frames that is in only 7 minutes. Nearly 1/10 of every single frame on stream. I so very gently grazed the antenna of my Wi-Fi adapter, didn't even move it, just like barely tapped it. Not even a tap, just... And there it goes wobbling around. It should be alright. I think it's stabilized since. Anywho, let's do some Europa Universalin. Kinda. Got a little bit cheesy towards the end yesterday. Hey, Onyx. They did, after all. You want to go to the window, Onyx? Here. Go ahead, Onyx. My excellent son, who was out at sea in his And then there's Toasty. Hey, Toasty. It is Admiralty. Get away from my... I gave you more water, Toasty. I topped up your water. Come on, baby. Be merciful. No, he's trying to use his head to bump my hand off my cups. You want to drink, Toasty? There you go. Just use your mouth, Toasty. I literally just went live. Anywho, ended a little bit cheesy yesterday. My son, out at sea, managing his fleet, somehow dies in a hunting accident, and there goes the last guy with like 1 billion stats in my direct dynasty. Toasty, you saw me pour you water. You drank that water. Why is mine so much better, Toasty? And that's locked in because that happened exactly on the date of the autosave, and I don't feel like going all the way back around for, what is it? For several years, I won't say several years, for another half year prior. It sucks to lose them. It sucks that I'm not allowed to have gold and purple quality rulers because they keep getting killed off. My counter-espionage isn't even bad. But what could you do? Right now we've got Verona taken over. So on top of having more of... Toasty, you're kind of blocking me there. I can't see how many countries I need, or how many locations I need to form Italy. You finished drinking my water, Toasty? Okay, no, don't put your paw in it. I put so many cups aside to be washed because of you, Toasty. Get onto the stool. That's my tea. You don't drink tea. The last time you tried to drink tea, you went, ooh. Here, I'll move this cup out of the way for you. And there you go. Good boy. And so, whatever. They killed off my perfect, amazing son. They do that, I'm allowed to be a little bit cheaty. When the siege of Grenoble ends up not exactly going the way I like. The Holy Roman Emperor, French Comte, has joined the war on the side of his... Are they allies or just an HRE thing? They're not allied, so it is a case of HRE person is involved in the war, and so... Well, Upper Bavaria is now the Holy Roman Emperor. Did he just get elected then? Because Upper Bavaria is not involved in this, but French Comte is. And French Comte, is allied to Dauphin. Okay. So we didn't pull the HRE in by virtue of inheriting the war from Mantua, who got gobbled up by Milan. It's simply an allies thing. French Comte has 9,000 troops, 100 artillery, not a whole lot of stuff. Lorraine also isn't all that impressive. Onyx, let me play my game, Onyx. Careful up on the computer, Onyx. I love these cats, but you know, it's a burden sometimes when there's two adult men in the house, and the cats know that they can only get reliable attention and affection from one of them. Right, Onyx? You're a good guy, Onyx. If your dad was more attentive, then he wouldn't have to come to me all the time. It's okay, baby. So taking Grenoble is going to be easy peasy. There's a chance that we could take Grenoble right now, if the dice roll our way. But French Comte and maybe Lorraine's army is going to march into here, destroy this army, and that's alright. We just got to take Grenoble. We can't move anywhere right now because these winter mountains are impossible to move through. We have to wait till the winter becomes at least mild. And it turns out that rushing directly to a mountain castle, even with my better armies, is not a very good decision. What I'll do is I'll wait until April. Well, I gotta wait till April anyway. There's no getting through here. Normal winter. And there comes all of their guys. We can't make them surrender yet. One, 2, 3, 4. They've only got 14,000 guys here. This attack is going to fail. This defense is going to fail anyway. The center is broken. They got their fresh guys. So we'll retreat for now. Let's see. Still normal winter. Still normal winter. I'm pretty sure it changes on a month-by-month basis. Oh! They make it through? Okay. What I'm not going to do is just rush on over like last time. Normal winter. Normal winter. And there's April, which means that my cannons here are fully replenished. We'll get everyone together first. We've got our castle in Turin and our castle in Sisteron. Yeah, toasty. And we have a few castles here we don't need anymore. The frontier has moved now that we took Verona. So let's remove. Ostiglia no longer needs a castle. What's up, baby? Toasty, why you cry? What's up, little baby? He's swishing his tail. He's bumping his head to my hand. I could play one-handed for a bit right now. Ostiglia doesn't need a castle. Ferrara. I feel like it'd be a disservice to Ferrara to take its castle away. Taking it away from Chioggia might be enough. Chioggia, I think, is part of part of the province of Venice. So let's take you out. Which one's a castle? There's a castle. Just so I can keep my cost down. Lose 2, gain 2. Andrew Phillip, 3 years old. We got him gifted, expensive education. Okay, that's recent then. Alright, so let's see. We got 6,000 guys here that are still on the retreat. They got some artillery that we left behind. We got 900 more here and 200 here. So we have the dudes. We'll just get them together. We'll sit on Grenoble all together. And that will be all we need. $59,000 dudes. And a general who was 76, 100, 100. Thousands of levies. Hundreds of lancers. I'm pretty sure this falls into thousands maybe by now. Some men-at-arms. Some mailed knights. And a whole bunch of cannons. Let's balance them up better. 11, 11, 11, and 79. I don't know if that's decent, though, because we had 50-some down in front before. Formation. Could I move more of these guys to the front? I'm gonna trust in it. We do have 59,000 guys. Mathematically, they are unable to oppose us. All these Lutheran preachers being built places. Even in my areas, we got some Lutherans. In Apt. I can't cancel it! I can't cancel it! A Lutheran preacher can never have his construction cancelled. Increases monthly conversion 1%. It requires books. If I destroy all of my books, they won't be able... Yeah, if I destroy my literacy, then the people won't learn and they won't try to convert. Okay, for right now, we got a lot of war score. We don't have the capital, so I cannot take Grenoble. But they will let me take these two. And they'll be very happy for it. But we want the cardinal seat. Oh, they're still destroying me somehow. I got 30,000 in reserve. There's no way they're going to destroy me. 13,000. It's because our frontage was so tiny, just 1,000 each. So maybe rebalancing to make everything even wasn't the best idea. More cannons in front, just cannons in front, surprisingly got destroyed. It's 58,000 to 12,000. Come on, come on. Get more guys in front, we got all these reserves. So we're kind of learning the logic of the game here. There's frontage to worry about, right? Now I got oh, we broke their front. We actually broke their front. It was super ugly having our morale so low. But with so many in reserve, we could keep throwing bodies into there. And so it's cannons bombarding to the flanks. Our morale's gutted, but it's 3 against 1 now. $13,000, $35,000. And there they go. Now we're chopping them all down. Look, we got only an inch of morale. Two Sicilies lost! Did you see that? End of the day, two Sicilies lost. They had their morale chopped away so hard, and it's still us losing end of the day. Okay, let's redo that. So, what if I don't? What if I don't rebalance the army? We had like 50-something thousand, we had like 30,000 in front, right? We basically had a super heavy front and everybody else at the sides. If we rebalance it, it gives us enough people to maintain the frontage and then everybody else goes into reserve. We gotta learn, you know? We gotta see what works best for the game's logic. Okay, there's April. Let's get these guys up here now. And then as soon as these guys start moving... Oh, stop. That just lets me know that it's no longer a normal winter. Oh, and then they could cut over there. Well, that's new. That's a different interaction entirely now. Okay, well... we got new situation. This time they came to us in the mountains. Yeah. 9,000, 9,000, and 28,000 in the front instead of 11, 11, 11. The march takes away so much of our morale too, because we're in the mountains of the winter, so that's also already starting us off at a major disadvantage. That cut off like half our morale just marching. So mountain movement is very scary. But now there's no way to beat us. Morale's gonna get higher up. We're gonna try it with 17, 16, 52. And only 9,500 in the back. And all those Lutheran preachers. Over, down, this valley over here is up the pole. I forget the rivers of Italy. Hey, Sonato time. Let's see, we could ask for Milan, or Padua, or Pavia, I mean. Pavia's allied, with Lower Bavaria, Savoy, and Milan. Milan is aligned with Pavia, Savoy, Aquileia, and Upper Bavaria. I wouldn't do it right away, but there are options to go for. Receiving military access from Pavia. And they are in the coalition against me. And the leader is Pavia. Members is Pavia, Medici. So, Pavia and 2 banks. That's kind of funny. We never got a state bank. What do we have for this month's Senato, or this year's Senato? Shipbuilding facilities. Builds a whole lot of docks on the cheap. And gives us extra sailors during the duration. Would you look at that? Burghers actually have more power than nobility right now. Burghers give 21, nobles give 16. Diplomatic reputation, and gain 5 diplomats if it passes. Reach out to our faith, gain 5 diplomats, diplomatic reputation. France, Castile, and England get 50 opinion of me. I've only got 3 stability right now. So I don't know if I want to fail the Senato. Is there anything I actually want? Look at all this market money coming in. Venetian Patriots. With their... No. Venetian Patriots. With their 218,000 dudes. Now that we took Verona 2. At minus 0.20. Tunisian Patriot at 244,000. Minus 0.23. Piedmontese is nothing. Alpine Patriots is nothing. Nobility Insurgents is basically Sardinia, Corsica, and the north. That'd be annoying to fight through. We'll put a pause on theirs next. What do I want for Senato? Any law change I care about right now? Distribution of power that favors the ruler. We've got 38 power and nobody else comes close. More legitimacy and estate satisfaction. If we do traditional distribution, I like favor the ruler for now. Favor the wealthy is more tax for burghers, more burgher consumption, agenda impact for burghers and plutocracy. Common people appeases the peasants' estates, maximum tax for them, more labor and peasant food consumption, and progress towards free subjects. I'm already 45 towards free subjects, which I like. $57 going towards naval. What is it at right now? 35.23. Army tradition and maintenance give a minus 0.06 combined. The size of my army gives a minus 0.1. Navy tradition, 0.03. Ruler has an admiral trait, 0.1. Ruler is an admiral, 0.1. Heir is an admiral, 0.05. Navy maintenance, 0.05. Navy size, 0.1. So once my Navy levies go away, then there goes the size of Navy bonus. Okay. So. We're still going communalism. We got lots of free subjects. We got some plutocracy we're building toward. By 0.08. We're losing discipline. Some people like to keep aristocracy towards plutocracy as close to 0 as possible so that neither the nobles nor the burghers get more power. Rights of burghers is currently on grant colonial authority to improve colonial migration and get points towards outwards. But I do eventually want to shift them to strong guilds. Strengthen the rights of burghers, makes them happier, gives them a little bit more power, gives us trade efficiency, which is always good, and more plutocracy. Happier burghers, slightly less burgher power, production efficiency, which makes all of my produced goods better, and plutocracy. But I haven't got to change that right now. Nobility electorate unlocks elective succession, but it doesn't have to do it. More legitimacy, nobles get a bit more power and they get happier. Would that be cheating, doing a noble electorate, but still having an admiralty regime? Because it says we unlock, not that we switch to. Establishing an electoral system will guarantee their allegiance, has additional bonus of ensuring a safe succession. But we wouldn't necessarily need to switch over to it. You lose 10 legitimacy for elective succession or dynastic elective succession. You know what? I don't want to block the crown from the cabinet. I don't want to get progress towards serfdom. But I think nobility electorate wouldn't be a bad thing. Once I get enough navy to switch over from admiralty regime to simply harbor administration. Because that's what I want to do. I want to switch from admiralty regime to harbor administration. It's a time of war, and so we've decided that our leader must be a leader of the sea. We're colonizing overseas. We're at war with our neighbors, so we must have a military commander. And then we lock in harbor administration, and then go noble electorate, because they got a taste for more fluid, pseudo-democratic selection of rulers. Shah Bandiria. Onyx, careful. That's why I don't like you on the computer. Also, you're a big boy now. You're like 11 pounds. I don't think the thin mesh on the top of my computer, meant to keep dust out, is meant to hold an 11-pound cat. Have to research the Shah Bandar system advance. Age of Renaissance. I somehow feel that this is incompatible with my guys, though. Currently playing or were playing Malacca. Then why tell me about this? Fixed vassal obligation for 15 subject loyalty and 0.1 outward is also really good. But I want to get harbor administration first. I want the proximity, I want the development growth. So we're looking for law changes I want. Socioeconomic laws, open borders, settled colonies, martial society. Gives belligerent and army tradition. It hasn't helped me too much. Maybe I will go for civil society instead. We're advancing, right? We're becoming a little more modern. Central Council. Gives aristocracy and centralization, an efficient cabinet. Less mass control, decentralization, food production. Confederal Union for more loyalty and decentralization. Decentralization, nah. Civil law as opposed to traditional law. Only one estate satisfaction equilibrium, no thank you. Itinerant court is okay for now, because it gives me better proximity through land. Even if there's a slight bonus towards decentralization. Religious law. Military law, ruler general, noble levies. Navy audits for progress towards naval, very slight. Progress towards plutocracy. Peasant levies and free subjects. Mercenaries, individual. Nah. Noble levies gives points towards quality. Yeah, that's okay. I guess there's no laws I want to change right now then. So let's just do a Senato for the benefit of the Senato. Shipbuilding facilities gives more docks everywhere. Giving harbor capacity, a lot more sailors, and takes a lot more money too. That's more income being devoted to their upkeep. Let's reach out to our faith. Cathedral, just one cathedral. Migration, max literacy for clerics. France, Castile, and England get 50 opinion. Or Mondovi, Valenitois, and Tolotkan. Nahua! Gain more opinion of me. You know what? Sure, let's be good neighbors. France and Castile already care about me. 173. 59. England, 27. Whatever. They don't hate me. Let's go see our neighbors. Ties to subject, just liberty desires, nothing. Increase opinion of Croatia by 25. Croatia's one of ours. They're already improving opinion. Local assembly complaints. It just doubled local peasant power. Support innovative ideas. Lose 5 cultural tradition. I'm gonna do it. And the nobles really hate me now? How dare I? And 60% gives a nice buffer. All we gotta do now is wait for this to finish. And there they come. We're gonna keep most of our guys over here. These guys got 90 cannon. I'm going to leave. 10 infantry. These cannons are completely dry. And these 2 cannon behind. It's only June. This won't take too long. Auto refill garrison allowed. I heard someone say that the auto refill garrison takes from your man-at-arms, not your levies. Expectations of Milan gives us 5 support in Senato. Cool. Now where's my sort by strength? My falconets are incredibly dead right now. The rest are alright. These guys will come back home for a while. And the rest will complete the siege up here. Hey, we got prisoners. Guyana. They're really pushing further and further out. That line is gonna start pushing on my territory soon. France, how many spies have we got on you? Not enough to steal maps. You got 17. And how's our... We got no exploration going out. We got no money. We got no money! We're only making 1.07 a month right now. What the heck? It's probably the replenishment, since we got all of these guys back home, rebuilding their artillery. Early arquebusiers. Easy Onyx. Okay, these guys are gonna get hammered. I can't stop that. How's the balance? Balance is alright. There goes us again. Come on, get in there. Ah, fuck. This fight for Grenoble is going on way too long and is way too costly. All I gotta do is take Grenoble. I take the capital, then I win. So I shouldn't be distracted by Gap and the other stuff. I got castles on my own turf, so I don't gotta worry about them invading me. I also didn't expect that this would go on for as long as it did. It might be really, really cheesy, doing things around like this, but I do wanna. Well, it's too late for these guys now. I want to learn the best SOP for these things. So let's go further back, fuck it. This autosave no longer exists, we'll just... I meant to delete, not to go back to it. We'll basically repeat the last 40 minutes. Which is kind of sucky. But that's what I get for, like, fighting way up in the mountains. In the mountains in the winter, just for one chance at... at getting an extra cardinal seat. Back to March 1st, back to the day my son died. I'm just constantly reliving his funeral over and over again. Can go to the discords. all the way back to here. We'll have these guys retreat. Now, are we going to get lucky again? And have those guys come on down to Branson? Because the winter starts getting mild partway through March. Mild winter. Still normal winter here. Still normal, still normal. Let's refill that garrison. And now that these guys can come through, they can't come through. It shows X's. Still normal in April. How's the garrison? Here's a way to check. The castle itself doesn't show me, but I'd go to military, army levies, monthly manpower. There, Fort of Gap. Only garrison's only of 11 though. They could be down here for all I know. No fight. No fight here either. Alright. Oh, that's very imbalanced. 45, 27, 13. It's a gamble. It's a gamble every single time, and I can't be bothered trying to individually do it. So they're likely still going to be there. There goes all of our... I don't want it to feel like gambling. But it does feel like gambling. And I don't want to I could always manually manage my troops, but everyone agrees that's a chore and laments that it's a shame that the auto balance doesn't work as well as it should or could. Some people straight up unite their armies together and then save. They basically reload. They reload every time they want to arrange their armies. And I could totally see why. Mild winter. It is so difficult getting these guys through without just losing everybody. The very fact that I lose so much morale just marching through is rather bothersome. I could wait here in the mountain. Maybe they'll move, maybe they won't. $45, $13, $27. And if I do it like that, it's just very, very tiny 11, 11, 11. And then if I do it like that, it's 112 and then 0, 0. And then I click fucking disband by mistake. Ugh. It's too easy to disband. We're really doing the thing where we save and then merge and then see how it does it. See, this time it's slightly more reasonable. 16, 46, 23. I could individually go through and try to tweak things to very precise specificity. But that is a fool's errand. Let's occupy Lemur. If we occupy Lemur, then maybe we won't lose. We'll still lose a fair bit of morale marching across because it is mountains, I'm sure. But maybe we won't lose as much if we occupy it. There we go. Now we're not losing any morale at all. So the missing step was occupying Lemur. Hostile mountains. It's not even winter right now. Just hostile mountains are hellish for armies. And so we're not starting at half morale. We're starting at a pretty decent amount. Still losing some morale because it's a fight. Losing too much, I think. Come on, guys. It's 56 against 17. Get him. Get him. And they broke me apart. How the heck? This has turned from a thing that we were fairly confident on into a thing that we can no longer do. I could just have everybody wait here. Make the mountain ours. Get the next guy over. And maybe if I know... Man, this is going to become a several years campaign just for Grenoble now. Because I'm thinking maybe I could put my cannons back outside for a bit. Alright, we didn't do the merging groups guys first. If I merge these, how are they going to look? 16, 46, 23. Is kind of how it went last time. That's not a bad balance, I don't think. How are my cannon looking? $100, 100, pretty good. My regulars are topped off on strength. And these guys got Levies and a couple more falconets. A couple more falconets isn't going to be make or break. They're making 23 a month right now, so it really is the Hey Toasty. The replenishing of my dudes. We could shift the line to a new location. $2,000 monies could revoke a claim. We don't have many diplomatic reputation to claim the conflicting area. Shift it back to Acarao, to Capibaribe, to Jagoribe. We'll shift it all the way to Paraiba. Shift it to the very tip of Brazil. Patiguara. Okay, we got a bit more dudes. If we merge them up, 1656.23, and then some guys in reserve. General's got 76, 100, 100. For maximum bonus to discipline and combat speed, to initiative. Let's see. It's also Senato time. Do we have the same stuff? We do have the same stuff. Reach out to our faith. Makes France like us more. Gives us diplomats. Neighbors. Gives us 2 diplomatic reputation. Our current diplomatic reputation is 7. So we're not going to get the 18 or whatever required to do some politics of the Treaty of Corbière. Increased ties with neighbors. Nah, I don't care about that. Or reach out to our faith. New monastery. Burger mansion complaints. There's a couple of burger mansions in Milan and Verona that simply give burger power and food consumption. It's minor, there's not too many of them. Preservation of individualism ideals. Alright. Oh, we swapped places. They're not too far away. I think it's okay to kick their butt down there. But then again, we've already kicked their butt enough. And so we're at 46%, right? Which is enough for us to say, gimme, 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 and it still has lots of stuff left over. But I don't want Valentois. I want... Let's see. Savoy Province? Is Salanches? and there, so it's not Savoy province. Grezi Valdon? I want Grezi Valdon. Given it's her capital, I probably won't have enough to take this and that. We have barely any defenders there, so it's gonna go through way quick, but we have all of our guys here. %0 already? And all these Lutheran preachers popping up everywhere. Absenteeism. Lose stability or lose prestige. It really doesn't want me to have enough prestige to do stuff with the Treaty of Tortillas. Instead of 41%, even when they took land back. So many Lutherans developing! Orange has fallen. Oh no. That's okay. We'll just kick on down here, kick them out, then go that way if we really need to for the war score. Because they're gonna have their capital anyway. And now we're stuck here in the winter, so we can't go anywhere. -23, -79. They think they're winning. We can go out this way. This is getting too annoying. Hold on. Let's break this autosave again. Yeah, I'm gonna be really cheap about this. It also turns out that I can go through that little guy next to me. They rely me to march through him even without military access rights granted. Maybe they figure because we're stuck in winter, we have no choice but to leave. There's a lot of little nuances like that that aren't very well clear in the game. Where are we? We're over here. If we merge them this time, 1646-23. I really don't like all these pop-ups for all these births. They used to have a purpose and now they don't. We can't put a castle here, it looks like. Orange we can and should have. We don't have the money. There's no purpose to this anymore. There's no purpose giving us all these birthday information, because I can't marry them off. I can't marry them off to anybody. So I simply don't fucking care anymore. Where's the notification settings, message settings? Society? Ugh. Come of age. Is there no come of age? No. Oops, wrong button. Mare age. Adults. I don't think there's a way to turn it off. Man, that fucking weed whacker is so loud. Even with the windows all closed. Hurry it up, hurry it up. This is basically how I used to play Crusader Kings 2 when I was first playing it. Is, oh man, this sucks, reload. Oh man, this sucks, reload. $12.46.23. Okay, it's a little bit better. Not by much, but it's fine. EU5. Turning off come of age. Turn it off for 50 years? How? What's all the coming of age notices? Turning off age pop-ups? Oh, that's for a different game. That's 2020. My game has become unplayable from the coming of age ban. What am I doing wrong? I marry these folks as the game seems to want. Not anymore. If I turn the pop-up off, none of them get married, my dynasty shrinks. Is there a way to manage the pop-ups so only the first cousins or something show up? 3 lines at the top right of each notification to hide the alert forever. Where? The next time one pops up, and it will, I guess we'll see. Let's boost inflation for a bit, because I gotta make some castles. So I can't just hold on. Since when? They're not giving me military access, and they're not involved with this war. Is it because that it's HRE dude and HRE dude? Sometimes the game used to allow us to march over any neutral party, just to walk through them, just to eat, so food access rights and military access rights were not necessary. And then an update changed it so you couldn't get food out of neutral countries, and you still had to get military access. So I figured that the old stuff was simply the game behaving incorrectly and needing to get patched up, and did. So learning the logic of the game through ample reloads, how is it now that Valentois allows me to march through them? Is it because we're going to war with an HRE power? And HRE is HRE can march through everybody? Apparently I can. I could just march through. I can't march through France, but I could march through the entirety of the HRE. So maybe that is something. Maybe that is something then. Maybe it's simply the case that if you go to war with the HRE, with somebody inside the HRE, you're not at war with the entire HRE, but you can move through the entire HRE. That is odd. That is something new that I've learned. Toasty, I hear you meowing, baby. You want me to play the hand under the blanket game, but we play that game all the time, Toasty. I've even got a little cut on my finger from playing hand under the blanket and Toasty going ravenous at it. It's 11 o'clock, Toasty. I'm sure your dad is awake right now, just on TikTok or something. Need a castle in Orange and Vivieres. It's gonna take a while to build, though, of course. All the while they get stuck in the mountains over winter. Oh, there's a little 3 lines. No pop-up window. If we can't actually do anything with these people who come of age, there's no point having them anymore. And they've chosen to come this way this time. Sapping all of my morale to go this way to Grenoble. I also forgot to do my Senato last month. We're 2 months behind on potential Senatos. It's all the same sucky stuff anyway. Toll Castle complaints. Just gives possible nobles and noble food consumption doubled. Traditional distribution power, serfdom, subjugation policy. Okay, just destroy the toll castles. Make my nobles extra unhappy. And then a sit-and-wait policy again? Orange is going to be very slow with their castle. Yeah, with the castle. But once were whispers of gossip at the court has now manifested a direct confession of him. He seems to no longer be able to proclaim his faith in one true God, and to be taking liking to heresies instead. Our distant Tuscan cousin converts to Hussite or Lutheran, and change values towards humanist by 5. Have him leave the country, moves to Ferrara, and become more spiritualist. It doesn't matter to us anyway. He's free to choose. It's September. Pregalato? Arrive in Pregalato. Where's he at right now then? Because it shows him in Pregalato. What if we siege this down? It's 203 defenders against all of us. Should I try to see if ordering an assault would work? See, kids, I told you Dad would wake up soon. Water shortage. It's 28%. 28% isn't nothing. They got 2 breaches, they get water shortage, we get nothing. Oh, there, now we get an easier Grenoble. Now that it's 50% and we have their capital. Grenoble is a big ask. I could basically take Grenoble and nothing else. I could join up over here. That's a -15, -39. Minus 51. Here, I'll just take a bit of the mountains here and bring this to a satisfactory close. An hour of safe scumming. But it was important information to learn about the nuances of the game. And there's still 0.8 points. Not 0.8 points, 8 points. So let's squeeze some cash out of them. $100. Could I get war reparations? No, it's -2. I could squeeze that out. Because they're going down to Cisteron now. And we're going to be getting these bits. Filled out automatically. Oh, they turned right back around, the fuckers. They were waiting. They were going around. It's only 6 points. Yeah, alright, I'll just take Grenoble and what I want. Giving me another satisfying cardinal seat. Now let's drop my levies, disband all, and disband all. My poor cannon's been reduced to just 500. Let's see, they got a total transport cost of 2,750. Perfect. We're sitting on Frejus. Now, I don't gotta save scum. Now I can make progress. Caravels will keep out here. Double absent, fuck off! The game is just allergic to you having any prestige. And it does have a problem with repeating events. That's absenteeism twice in a row. Remember one of my heirs was getting the, hey, your heir wants to convert to this really niche heresy. Twice in his lifetime after having talked with them, like practically one after the other. And one not even present at all, in any form in the country. I think sometimes the game gets hiccups. Merchants spread thin, support them anyway. Trade made it more expensive for 10 years. -50 trade advantage of the Venezia market. Or in Damascus Sham for 9 years. Oh well. Mantua, Verona, and Grenoble. Not integrated right now. Progress to ratification. They got all this line for them. Let's shift the line to Biba. I'd have the 20 prestige to claim the conflicting area, or to claim an area. There's only 10. It's only fucking 10. We'll put a fuckery save here. Even though I'm quite satisfied with the war progress. I gotta go back. And double absentee is just platting it up on you. Either Naples became suddenly very lax about their democratic process, and nobody cared at all about the goings-on of government power, which, given the way my estates behave, is definitely not true. Or someone's got to stop rolling dice when he's already rolled them. $27 prestige. Now I can't claim areas I can't see. So that doesn't really do anything. I don't care about any of this stuff. If I had spies enough on France to steal more maps, I've only got 21. But on principle, man, if you're gonna be doing randomized... What is it? Randomized events, at least diversify them. There are so many. There are so many events they could choose from. See, this is fine. That's a negative event. But it's not the same fucking event that keeps sapping prestige. It's being stupid now. And yeah, I'm totally gonna save scum it because, yeah, I'm not gonna make excuses. Not to invoke a loser, but you know the old Dilbert comic where he's visiting hell and there's a guy in charge of random numbers and he just keeps going 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. It's like, is he really doing random numbers or just saying 9 over and over again? That's kind of how it feels sometimes when it pops the same stuff over and over. Fine, we'll just go back to the fuckery save, where we got everything we want, but the same negative event, the same exact one, popping up to double the penalties out of the blue. We'll just lock that in. It's paradox, it's paradoxisms. It's not like I could use the prestige to get myself claims anyway. We'll just have to get France's ire and colonize where they're colonizing. We'll move the line back to... We'll put it on the tip of Paraiba. Oh, it's currently on Fernando de Noronha. So it's already in a pretty good place. The line is right here down the middle of the ocean, and it's basically saying that I get everything in the new world and they get everything in the old world. But France has like 1 billion prestige, so France could just keep on claiming everything that they see. So I don't even need to shift the line and make it take longer. If I had prestige, I could do some counter claims, but I don't have vision on these areas of the map, so I can't do claims anyway. And even if I did, I got like 2 absentee in a row in the Senato. And so, you know, no 10 prestige, no 20 prestige to do claims. They're hungrier than a twink for cock when it comes to events to sap prestige away. AI fucking gets as much prestige as they want, evidently. Speaking of, no response yet. Alright, so let's just make that a known thing, right? It's done. It's annoying, but it's done. We've got Lutherans in the less interesting parts of Europe. Who's this loser? Why is he in the list? He's Catholic. Is he supposed to be like some kind of counter to Martin Luther? We could embrace the Reformation, embrace the changing times. He's seen as a bastion of the new faith. Nah. 678 Lutheran preachers active. Reform desires 56% and dropping slightly. Oh, they're on the losing team. There's less than 1 million Lutherans to 78 million Catholics. Out of 20 cardinals. Pope has 2, France has 3, we have 9 now. Out of 20 cardinals, we have 9. Hey. And then everybody else only has 1. There's nobody else nearby to steal a cardinal off of. Narbonne has 1, but they should count as France. I could steal 1 from the Pope. The Pope does have a couple of lands I would want. I don't have the stability to go against him, and it's been a while. It'll be a while to the next Senato. He's allied to Lorraine, Aragon, Savoy, and me. He's also got a colonial charter. Where? Pope is trying to colonize in Africa. How quaint. I got my charter going on here. They're working slowly. Sicilian and Sashiman colonies. Sicilian colony. And of course, every time my colony gets a little extra person, it switches over to them automatically, it looks like. Oh no, yeah, we got little dudes over here going. Building colony this way, then that way. Panama and Taraika, so we can get a bit of extra proximity to start building off in this area. Let's get more colonists in since we have the cash. We basically got to start exploring all this stuff. It's a shame there's no way to organize them by geographic region. And that the terra incognita here, I mean, it's terra incognita. But if I could hover over it like this and highlight stuff, it might as well just tell me what these areas are. Terra incognita, Guyana, or whatever, right? It might as well, because I'm going to hover over this, it'll tell me anyway. Guinea. Nekokiyao might be useful. We'll send a guy over there. But there's nobody contesting us there right now. I should focus on things more in South America. Which is apparently way down. South Africa. Brazil. By way of Boa Vista. And the more Brazil exploration. Pampa area, La Plata. I'm pretty sure they put a claim there too. Fogo. What about this chunk of Brazil? There we go. See, and now it's fixed the inability to just launch my expeditions from Fogo. It was having trouble with that before. It suddenly forgot that Fogo existed and wanted to go by the closest area with no possibility of going a little bit more distant. Okay, get a whole buttload of Brazilian explorations in. We're just gonna be gutting my economy when the time comes. Now, with Sanato come and gone, a month late. How's our Navy doing? 62! Navy is still doing fantastic. 62 a month. I just gotta get to 50. Then I'll change things over from Admiralty to something else. Andrew Caroli. Laszlo, you got okay-ish stats enough. You got your birthday this year, don't worry about it, kid. Slow, accountant. Artist emigrates. Gold loving, so he's more expensive, and he's got mediocre skill. How lovely. Well, the good news is, we died. Let's get these in order, should we? We bring sad news, King Luigi Angio died at 52. Very brief. He was king of the Kingdom of Two Sicilies. Late Majesty died while the navy was in the Gulf of Terracina. Scholarly pursuits brought both innovation and fame to our realm. And of course, we'll stay in Naples. King Andrew Philip will now rule our glorious country. His Majesty's attention to detail and superior administrative skills will aid us in reforming our administration and maximizing our taxes. It has been so long. We are no longer part of the Sicilian Union. The country's union has ended after a change of ruler. That's okay, it was just Croatia. Could we claim throne on Croatia? No. "37 power, and nobody else higher than 21. All these Lutheran preachers being built, my constructions, I don't think so. Unmarried children. Okay, first I got Andrew Caroli. Let's embrace the local culture first. It was 20 prestige. I've only got fucking 7. We don't have any prestige to worry about. Filippo Angio. Now, Filippo, we could have you marry a noble. There's a lot of those now. Adalberta has some sexy stats. And there's also Ladislao. My other mediocre son. Kingdom of Denmark, we could do a royal marriage with. Kingdom Hungary, our distant cousin. Kingdom of France, also a possibility. I don't want to turn it into a union with France, though, because we will be the junior partner. So I want to hold off with them. Let's go ahead and marry into Hungary, though. Jarmila Piast would give us 4.6 prestige. And my first son, Carlo, I'll just have him marry Adalberta. She's got sexy stats. Ask for money, action can be used. Pope. We don't have the favor for it, but we could isolate him from his allies some more, couldn't we? It costs 20 favor. Lorraine, Aragon, Savoy, and me. Aragon's basically a puppy. They do have some boats, but not many. And they're basically all levy right now. The Pope is actually pretty menacing because he's got 1,400 cannon of the modern variety, 16,000 cavalry, all lancers, and infantry spread between halberdiers and early arquebusiers. He's got a state-of-the-art military. But he loves me. Could I buy a location off of him? Hold on. Because all I really want to do is get Velletri and its cardinal seat. Velletri? Even for 440, he's saying no. Minus 2,000. Value of the location minus 10. Core minus 50. Same culture, rank, same religion, base. Value of location. I got so many Lutherans building up in the north, it just goes to show Northern Italians really are just Germans with funny accent. These guys have so many resources. Sublimis Deus, Pope Pio V, decrees that the native peoples of the colony shall not be made into slaves. The belief that they are lesser brutes, capable of receiving God's grace, he writes, is a vile lie spread by enemies of the human race himself. By the enemy of the human race himself. Satan supports slavery. You guys hear it here first. Instead, His Holiness insists that, like all ensouled human beings, These people yearn for God's light, and that therefore all pious princes should make haste to spread the Catholic faith among them. What the Pope doesn't know can't hurt him. No. Quiet enslavement for 20 years. Sublimis Deus, faster pop conversion speed, 20 religious influence. 20 religious influence, eh? We could hasten the ratification. Lots of money to revoke a claim. I think I should just push it. Just get it done with before France claims the entirety of South America. Giovanni Angio. This is the perfect heir who died at sea to a hunting accident found in a forest. After much discussion in the rural settlement at Corbeil, a new agreement was signed between the Kingdom of France and the Kingdom of Two Sicilies that established the rules for dividing the newly discovered lands, the continent of America. This agreement, henceforth known as the Treaty of Corbeil, outlines a process for claiming vast tracts of new territory and designates the Pope as a mediator and guarantor in any disputes that may arise. Okay. The leaders of Tsushima have decided to start ignoring the Treaty of Corbeil. But the treaty helps us so far. It keeps France out of here. Havana wants to ignore the Treaty of Corbeil. Galway. Where's Galway? There's Galway. Wants to ignore the Treaty of Corbeil. Tsushima wants to ignore the Treaty of Corbeil. Norway ignoring it, Scotland ignoring it, Baltic ignoring it, Denmark ignoring it, Sweden ignoring it. Tell me when somebody wants to actually adhere to it then. Austria's ignoring it, Ferrara ignoring it, Aragon ignoring it. Milan, Genoa. Hey, Genoa still exists. Ajkuru or Wombo. The conviction of Costanza Cacciatani. Alright, I don't even care about her. I can't even marry her while fraud I care. Let's see, Albania is currently being annexed. It'll finish in 8 years. Croatia, we're improving opinion on. But we can no longer do anything with them. So, we could propose a ruler. Could I propose me? Hey, my son. At least one more positive than negative. Base value, their trust towards us, her opinion towards us. He's Catholic, his total ability, diplomatic reputation. Even Robert, though, with his ability, is no good. Could I type crown here? Hey, there we go now. You have a crown on you as an heir. Is he my heir? He is. My heir right now is Lothar von Keithlitz, my distant cousin. Because this is a admiralty regime. And the only admiral right now is me. Okay. So let's put some family on boats. Andrew Robert is now admiral. Andrew Philip. And then for my warships. Andrew Robert is younger. There, now if I die, it should go down to somebody in the family, right? A Silesian German. I think not. How old am I? 42? He's got an admiralty stat, which means he's going to be the preferred guy for a good long while. Andrew Caroli has nothing all that special about him. No one wants to work. With the generous liberties we had granted our merchants, we have ended up in a situation where people simply do not want to do honest work anymore. Lose money. That's always what they're going to blame. It's simply the people do not want to work. And not that acknowledgement of different types of work, perhaps. Growing food, or growing laborers for food. Clergy for preachers. Could I destroy these Lutheran preachers? Let's see. Lutheran preachers. If I'm Catholic, I'll need Jesuits allowed. It's a policy of the Society of Jesus law. More influence, faster pop conversion, less tolerance for heretical beliefs, and innovative. It's pretty funny. In the Middle Ages, the Jesuits basically have the reputation of being like the society of ninja spies and assassins for the church. That highlight's not going away. We have another broken highlight. And also some rather stuttery music. If I save and load, I don't know if it'll fix the stuttery music, but it should fix the highlight. But in this day and age, you know, they're kind of the, basically the PR guys for the church now. Tend to be the guys who are out there in the world doing the churchin', doing the preaching, with all the talk of Jesus's love and universal brotherhood and all that. Typically, if a priest is a Jesuit priest in this day and age, you know that they're probably, how to put it, more sincere. Just kind of funny how the flip goes. See, no more highlight. Portugal, Peruzzi violating. Is there any consequence to violating? I don't think anybody cares. Castile doesn't care about the treaty. EU5 violating Treaty of. The Treaty of Tordesillas situation is comically disastrous. Don't get me wrong, I'm in love with the game. I spent too much of my life playing it and we're hardly a week in. That being said, I think it's worth discussing changes that could be made to the Treaty of Tordesillas situation and the New World colonization process in general. In my current playthrough, the New World institution spawned in Rome. Playing Sweden, my exploration was done exclusively through stealing maps, which led me to determine that there were four main colonizing powers: England, Portugal, Castile, and the Pope. England seemed to be the only one of the four that were exploring towards America, while the other three, many of the popes, set up colonies in the West and Central Africa. First change I would like to see made is a limit on Papal States' AI determination to make colonies. I know it's not just my game, as most sims I've seen online show the Pope setting up colonies all over the place. Eventually, I kept getting pop-up notification that the Treaty of London was being negotiated, and every time England or the Pope moved the meridian, I was notified. Right away, why is the Pope even eligible for the situation? Yada yada yada. The issue, which I found honestly quite hilarious, was England announced to the entire world, after notifying me of every single step of the negotiation process, that they would not be honoring the Treaty of London. I'd imagine that not long after I returned to the game that the Pope would be doing the same. Not a big doomer, just had you laughing hysterically as it unfolded. Surprised the Pope hasn't been nerfed yet. I think the AI immediately breaks the treaty because their tendency to simply click every button they have access to. They're just like me, for real, for real. There is a button, I pushed it. Mine was so funny, it was between Portugal, myself, and France. One of the first nations to declare the treaty was irrelevant was the Pope himself. Getting that stupid pop-up that Portugal keeps moving the line. It's like 4 provinces deep into Brazil. Alright, buddy, it's all yours. But Brazil's already good, it looks like. That's why France keeps pushing for claims on it, because they got a prestige factory. All the prestige I lose goes to France, apparently. In my game, Bohemia is colonizing Canada, and I'm not even sure how they got there. Bohemia stuff, you can't stop Bohemia. I just wanted to see the silliness about everyone declaring the massive pop-ups. I've seen one thread at least about the spam, the entire screen covered in everyone violating the treaty. Almost done integrating Ferrara Modena. Word of our talented shipbuilders and naval systems has spread throughout the known world, and a foreign prince has asked to tour our docks and speak with our men. This is a great honor we cannot refuse. 10 whole prestige, holy shit. State of the treaty. Treaty is ratified. Treaty relevance is decreasing by 2 a month. If we violate the treaty, we lose prestige per month. Upholding the treaty costs... You know what? I'm just gonna hang around. I'm not gonna push any button. I'm not gonna spend my religious ability. I'm not going to lose prestige per month till the end of the game. I'm already losing so much of it. I've done my part. I've got my nice little claim that no one else has access to. Let's hit explorers here too. I also got so much money. Acadia area, not quite. What's the next one down? Labrador looks pretty big. Labrador Sea. Not Maine, above Maine. New Brunswick. Raimondo Borghese looks pretty cool. Everyone is violating the treaty. Tabao. Cultural influence 10%. Barquisimeto Company. Our nation is surrounded by territories as yet unclaimed by any of our rivals. Our ambition is to expand the lands belonging to the crowns has taken root among our people as a nationalistic fervor. And a new private company has established itself with the intention of bringing settlers to the lands of Barquisimeto to claim the territory for Glory Gold King and their company. Just over there, that little tiny bit. That's it. To permit their expansion, they'll bring a great deal of settlers to the province, rapidly expand Sicilian influence in the area. Leave them be, 200 Catholic Neapolitan peasants. Charge them fees for 50 extra. We'll let them be. Charge them! France defended the importance of the Treaty of Corbeil and its heavenly ordained righteousness. Of course, because they got claims on so much of Brazil. Let's put some more investment into us. We got so much money. Let's put more spending into stability. A whole integer every 4 months. I should also improve the cost of court, though. I'm down to 39 legitimacy right now. A whole integer every 10 months. Da 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 na 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 na. Sort by profit. Printer shop. Oh yeah, we don't have that yet. We're still working on it. Not the printer shop, then. Carpenters Guild allegedly would have some better stuff. In Tunis, we'll put one. Genoa will put another. Jewelers Guild, they promise high dividends. 71. Sure. 84 in Cagliari. Plus 1.27. That is what I want to see. But I don't want to build too many. 1.05 in Palermo and 0.93 in Naples. 1 whole integer. Tar kilns also look juicy, plus 61. But not so juicy, it seems. Brewery, are you sure? Beer has not been all that popular, surprisingly. Turns out people aren't the most fond of their beer. So I wonder where this max profit is coming from. Because it says Tar killed and Chitagayas. 1.5. I don't see a 1.5 in Chitagayas. How's the food situation? Who's still hungry? Lots of people are still hungry. Get a bit more cattle, a bit more wool to eat. Spoleto has to buy food. Monferrato, get more fruit in. Arezzo has no food sources at all. Nice. Gavaldon is not self-sufficient at all. Mantua, they got wheat at least. Wool in Bologna. Fish. Reggio di Lombarda. Get back. Brescia is always in a deficit of food. I'm out of money. All of my money went to food RGOs. So, how many vassals do I have now? Duchy of Athens, Duchy of Naxos, Sion, Werdenberg, Como, and Finale. I think we'll work on gobbling up Athens next then. Athens dislikes me, we can't have that. Little Andrew Johanna. Just give her a military education. Improved relation with Croatian is heading home. Finish integrating Ferrara. Okay, so. Noble Insurgents is up to 48% and gaining 0.86 a month. Piedmontese are nothing, they got 1,600. Alpines nothing, 480. Commoners of 124,000. Clergy has 465. That's nobody. So I think for now, let's put him to more integration. Who was this guy anyway? His crown? Andrew Philip? Mantua has a lot of progress done already. I might as well. There's only 2 locations there. Still getting him 1.98 a month. That's still pretty nice. Tunisian patriots are pretty low for now, so let's put you on the integration of Verona. Nobles are all the way down to 37% now. Their equilibrium's at 50, so they'll get back eventually. Just 0.2 is really, really slow. There's tech that could improve the recovery. But oh well, I'm used to the nobles being babies. How about this? Since we're in a lull time anyway, it's been a couple of hours of stream. It is freezing today, hence the blanket. So let's say go on BRB real quick, get myself some more tea, and then we'll come back and continue this. Albania is gonna be absorbed in a few years. Have more exploration to Brazil to see all the things that France has claimed as their own in the Treaty of Tortillas. Our own colonization efforts going off in Africa and the New World. No competition here yet. And we're still so far away from forming Italy, since all the remaining places are so profitable. We got a ghostly rogue highlight there I can't get rid of again. Oh well. So back in a few. It's frozen here today. And the game is apparently very silent when you're zoomed out. Gotta love that for it. Ooh! Ooh! The tea is nice. I don't dislike the tea. I keep making it because I do like it. But I think right about now, with this chilliness, where I gotta wrap this blanket 5 times around me, I think I would love to go for some good hot cocoa about now. Some decadent, chocolatey hot chocolate, and too much marshmallows piled up in it. It's been a while since Tunis. We're a fair bit stronger at promises that relied to nobody. They still stand alone. Apart from a bunch of vassals that don't mean anything. Tunisian Union? With who? Jarid? Integration level 0. I might have lost my union with Croatia, but that's okay. It's better not being in one than being in one. Absorbed everybody else who mattered. Let me see. Athens I know, Naxos I know. Liberty Desire, Taxation, Subject Type. Vardenberg, where are you? No, where are you? There? Do I care about there? A bit of silver, bit of wild game, bit of sturdy grain. Not particularly, I could get rid of them. It doesn't matter too much if I cast them out. They were inherited by absorbing somebody else and then taking on their vassals. So I could simply cancel their vassal status. They're insignificant. They don't offer that great attacks to us. I'll just cut them free. Como is over below the Alps. Finale is right under us. Sion. Sion was a funny situation. Maybe I'll keep holding on to him for now. I'll let him go. 59 tax base, yada yada yada. One less to worry about. Get out of here. Get out of here. Also, let me see. Yep. As I thought. There are lands in my land that have the pox of HRE on them. Scrub that out. Removes a selected location from the specific international organization. I don't know what it does if the location is inside the organization, but I don't want it on there. First War of Hungary aggression they're involved in. Oh. Ferrara versus Hungary. Hey, guy. We're still allies. What are you doing going to war with Ferrara against us? As a belligerent. Going to war with Ferrara against us. Could I join them? I don't see a join war option. Wouldn't be in hostile. Break alliance, enforce peace. Enforce peace. Give up on it. That's my territory I want to absorb. We could change force court language to Neapolitan in Hungary. funny enough, they only speak Italian in my place and Croatia. Even in the surviving independent Italian states, it's more Gallo-Italic up there. Is that German in Pavia? Czechoslovak also looks pretty popular in areas that were dominated by Bohemia before they got nerfed. Since this is a launch campaign that's had several patches stapled onto it. Kinesthetic state satisfaction. Nobles prefer high language power, influence, reach, and prestige of the language relative to the most powerful language of the world, calculated by the total political power of pops with the primary culture in countries where it's a court language. So on, so on, so on. Market language of capital increases trade efficiency. I don't know if there's any benefit to forcing Hungarians to speak Italian in courts. But I guess because of my truce with Ferrara, Hungary couldn't call us into the war. 3 more years, and we can go after Ferrara again. 4 more years for Venois. Clergy insurgents have a progress of 0.00. Upper Bavaria ignoring the treaty. Modena integration finish. So how many left? There's Grenoble, and what else? Just Grenoble. Just Grenoble. Okay. This guy's got pretty decent martial ability. 80. So let's see. Venetian Patriots. We're trying to cap down. Tunisian is back up to 20. They're at 24 per month. 0.24. Nobility insurgents. I do not want to fight. They're spread very far throughout. Come on, it's because you guys are just very slow to recover. You're gonna get over it soon enough. You get over it eventually. I don't think I could overcome the plus 0.86 a month. But I could slow it down some. $23,000 nobles to slaughter. There. I cut it from 86 to 32. They're still gonna be grumpy. That's pretty menacing. New Brunswick. Okay. I think the near-term goal right now, sitting on Admiralty regime until we get, where to be values? Until we get 50 naval. Currently it's at 46.98. Cannot push further than 46.6. Oh. Oh. Army size and maintenance isn't a lot. Well, let me see. Let's bump army maintenance all the way down. 49. I want to get it to 50. 50, then we'll switch over. Army size, Navy tradition, Admiral ruler, Navy maintenance, Navy size. 49.11. I could make more boats. I do gotta make more transports. I gotta make so much of everything. But transports first. $341. And they cost 48 each. Noble estate equilibrium, a little bit higher now. Bohemia-Thuringia War. They're close by, they're small. Look at how broad Bohemia's getting. Bohemia's going to be the new Germany. They're gonna end up speaking Czech in Central Europe primarily. Military divided. Forts give us defensive, which gives us cheaper fort maintenance, I like. I'm gonna be cheap with our military efforts. Plus 130, alright. They're finally going to Kwalangi, so I could start colonizing over here to get more ivory in. They saved ivory for last. They did absolutely everything else except for ivory. They probably do that on purpose. The game probably calculates what the most valuable place to expand would be and avoids it for as long as it possibly can. What's this? Tsushima-Tairona War. They got themselves an actual war going on here. Tairona has an army size of 464. Tsushima. They're dragging me in to a transatlantic conflict. Tsushima. Tsushima. You bit too far, Tsushima. Tsushima, it's not yet time. I could easily just plant some dudes on here and call it a day. But I don't want to devote my own fleet and my own soldiers to this. Some farmers are gonna have a hell of a trip pretty soon. Oh my goodness. If I were to send fishing boats, there's no way that fishing boats would survive a transatlantic voyage. I would have to send my actual hulks. We'll accept, but it's such a distant voyage. They'll have to maintain themselves. Well, I could raise some guys here, then march them over. I got dudes. Okay. Raise levies. Do I have any appreciable levies down here? Let's see what this gets me. 50 men to be raised, 80 men to be raised. Hey, I'm helping out in whatever way I can. Andrew Caroli. Prodigy! Alright. We're gonna wait a bit for you. Cost 261 and give you a better education. Balanced for a few months isn't gonna kill him. Hansa's violating the treaty. I see Spain's giving us their maps here. That was in the dark before. And I figured that they own... No. I think we... Here we explored. There we didn't. It's been so long since there. I can't remember if I explored that myself or no. All they have to do is sit in the capital there and they automatically win. They have their 900 dudes here against 400. They very likely don't need their papa here after all then. Don't turn around. Don't do it. All you gotta do is just sit and wait. Don't even care if they go after Upar. Stay focused. They've only got the one city. But since I am at war, let's send my army maintenance back down. In a time of war, I know, get out of here. And we'll raise all of our fishing boats. And that will give us a little bit more navy for the duration of the war. Monastery joins the Reformation. The monastery in Ascoli has voluntarily joined the Reformation. The monks that previously inhabited the estate repurposed the building as a center of Lutheran teachings. These Lutheran preachers could tear our country's unity apart with these heresies. Nothing is done. Build a new monastery in Ascoli. Which gives... Well, it does give pop conversion speed. It's 35 bucks. Okay, they're actually marching onwards. All they gotta do is sit there and wait, and they automatically win. Apostolicae servitititus. Clergy estates happier. Alright. Bam, 18 votes. Half the Catholic world answers to me. Legitimacy minus... What? Why? I'm investing so much into it. Not a Here, a war galley. Where's me? Where's the sort by rank? So I could instantaneously find myself. Here. Change appointed navy. Fishing boats. Galley. Better? You cheapskates. And while we're here, join an order of chivalry. I should have chosen heirs do that, not myself, because I go to do it once every 10 years. So I could do it to boost the stat of a kid. That could benefit. Ruler is a commander, an admiral. I'm an admiral in charge of a unit. I'm literally ruler, and admiral. We're leading a navy. We're also an intricate web weaver. Minus... Come on, come on. I'm in charge? ...100% war score. Completely demolished them. What do they call that? What do they call that crown right there? What do they call that? Is that not in command during war? Do they want me to go onto a bigger fleet then? My early Carracks here, my 6th Navy? Still no good? Or is it waiting till he fully settles? Oh, it's fully settled in now, and I'm still getting the minus 50 to it. So who's to say what they want then? Prodigy? Prodigy, Andrew, Carly? We give you the expense. And the other kid, Lajos's. Diplomatic's alright. It's a 0.50 to everything, supplemented by a 0.50 to diplomacy. It's a shame you can't deny them individually. Like, I don't care, let this guy have balanced education. Ah well. .19 now for the nobles, as they inch very, very slowly back up towards civilization. Military access, because of unbalanced favors we ought to accept. Do they owe us anything? And who at war with? The War of Castile aggression. Well, let's see. I do want to take Narbonne. Can we use this as an opportunity to jump in with Castile while France is busy? 63,000. They have 466 artillery. Not a lot of cavalry. Lots of infantry. I'm the only one in the world who's not doing so much on infantry. And a fair amount of levies. Allies with Cologne and Castile. Oh. Warring on the side of Castile then? Yeah. France and Castile and everybody else against Mende. France and Castile allied together. That is a very powerful block right there. Literally a block. I can't do anything in between. Narbonne will have to wait for some other time. If I want their juicy, unprotected cardinal seat. Do I dare go against France and Cologne and all of Castile? Just to get one more cardinal seat. Slightly weaker. I'd call 1/3 of the pie a lot more than slightly weaker. Basic. Pick up the sword, you're a boy. Spy network. Alright, so all these blackened areas, we got spies in. Not spies, we got explorations going on in. So let's do... It's a shame I can't just click and say, gimme here. It highlights it, but I can't just take it. Amazon, we can get a big chunk of area. Visible at least. Guyana. Carolai's got lots of information on the North Sea. There's also Madagascar Sea. They've done some exploration around east of Africa too. There's 2 areas stuck in highlight. That makes it very difficult to determine what I'm looking at. Cutscenes we've already got. Exploration going through. Let's do Amazon for now. Amazon has French claims, damn it! The line is all the way here. But they spent more prestige than I could get in the entire game, just putting claims all over South America. Legumes, beeswax, fruit. We could start deforesting up and down the Amazons. Hey, Swedish guy. South America's not Europe. The title's a lie. Is the title a lie? Did I not change the title? Back for Fnaf movie and ready to finally, eventually unite Italy. Well, we're slowly trying to unite Italy. I gotta wait for truces to expire. Taking Verona away from Ferrara. There's not too much Italy left that's not within me. But they demand that you own practically everything in Italy to form Italy. 5 more locations. I think this is a pretty good Italy at this point. There's more of me that's Italy than not Italy. You mean the title Europa? But there's also the Universalis part. Which is why I'm not playing Galaxy Princess Urana right now. Oh man, Amazon gives a huge bordering area. This means France could explore all of this. Maybe. These guys are at 100% war score. The enemy country is entirely taken over. If they could bring this war to an end, please, so I could stop getting minus 0.39 to my legitimacy. Ruler is not commanding during war, when I'm literally commanding a fleet during war, and not just any fleet, but all my heavy warships. Literally commanding all my heavy warships, and it's not good enough for them. As far as betraying them, I've only got 10 stability. I gotta wait till my stability gets back to 20 or so, before I could do more no Casus Belli wars. 53. We're at 51.05 naval. We're there. We got it. I got the 50 naval required to replace Admiralty regime. Where is it? Where'd it get to? With Harbor Administration. For the sweet proximity cost and local development growth. And still maintaining cheaper Navy maintenance and progress towards naval. Would I get more stability? I'll swap those two out. I could do it right now. I'll just be a -10 stability. And that'll drop the estate satisfaction equilibrium even more. And then when the next Senato comes around, we'll switch to, where's it going to be in? Is it administrative? Right. It was under estate law and power rights of the nobility, currently curtailed for more noble tax, less noble power, and progress towards centralization, and nobles very unhappy. I could switch over to noble electorate, and that will unlock dynastic elective succession. It won't immediately give us dynastic election, just unlocks it. But I like the sound of that. Andrew Philippe. Balance and nothing special. Take up the sword. Of course, my heir is still considered this nobody guy. Because he's got an admiralty trait. And has so much better stats than the rest of my guys. He's a distant cousin, so he still counts as family, I guess. But otherwise, I can't get rid of him. Heir and explorer. Tunisia, could we ask you to improve cultural opinion? 50 favors to do it. So, get out of here. I can't even do that with anybody. Infrastructure. 56% complete, and just a couple of more. And the colony over here is doing pretty well. We have enough land close by that we could start colonizing here too now. Colonial charter. Costs money I don't have. Byzantium, ignore the Treaty of Corbiel. I expected to see a lot more Lutheran preachers spread around. Man, I gotta start putting money towards conversion stuff. Now that we're still mostly Catholic, 93%. Sunni is the next biggest minority. Or the biggest minority, with Lutheran right afterwards. And it's mostly up north in German lands anyway. Oh, I'm considered the war leader for this because I'm their guy. I'm their head honcho. Okay. To make tributary, huh? We can't... Okay, for business, to take it on directly. Could I opt to give it to him, though? I can't sue for peace to give it to my colony. Okay. Forced tributary of the two Sicilies. See, because I'm the one who's in charge of this... What if I don't want it to be to me? How do I make it not to me, then? And to the guy who started this war in the first place? Because I don't want it to be my tributary. I got called into this war, which forces me to become the war leader, and because I'm the war leader, I can't negotiate to give it to Tsushima. You think there'd be a button for who I'm going to give it to? What's the AI? Is forced tributary to me, and then pay war reparations. These guys got no money, though. Tsushima wanted to force them into tributaridom to themselves, but I can't do that. I can't make them do that. How do I give land? Because, like, there's thumbs up, right? For given more land than they expect, yada yada yada. That implies that I can, potentially, give land to other participants. But I don't see how that is done. I could do forced tributary, but then how to make it forced tributary to them and not to me? Because I don't want this new tributary here. They're kind of insignificant. I'll humiliate them. $10 is our total of 5 loans max already. Sure. Pay war reparations. Can't take land, can't give land. My colony chose a funny war goal to start with. I'll just take some cash and get some easy prestige. If Tsushima's unhappy with it, that's what they get for dragging me into this war. .10 legitimacy a month only. Mantua's almost finished. Then we could put him towards... Let's see, nobility insurgents is down to 0.08 a month, so they're going to shrink pretty soon. The higher, the more they get towards 50. Piedmontese, Alpine we don't care about, Tunisians we do. Commoners are at 66% happiness. But it's mostly the commoners up here who are unhappy, so when Verona's done, then they'll go away too. A priest in Napoli has translated the Bible into the Italian language and has started to distribute copies of it to nearby villages throughout the two Sicilies. They claim that translating Bibles to other languages than Latin gives people the best resource for knowing God in a language that speaks to their minds and hearts. However, the Church opposes this, as this is clearly against the will of God, who of course spoke to the Hebrews and all that in liturgical Latin. Do they still have the funny oversight where the Bible would be translated into Latin as opposed to Latin? Because that sometimes happens. Bible translation banned for 25 years gives quicker pop assimilation speed. Or, great news, spread the Bibles far and wide. For -5 religious influence, and once the people could read the Bible for themselves, everybody turns Lutheran. Is that why Lutheran preachers are popping up all over the place? They got their own chance, but then everybody else was doing spread the Bible, spread the Bible? Now, we're already very innovative. 67.63 innovative. And we got extraordinarily high literacy. And right now, we've actually got no censorship allowed. Free-thinking ideals are both uncontroversial and encouraged. Less happy clergy, more cultural influence, tolerance of heretical beliefs and heathen beliefs. But we're gonna draw the line at the Italian Bible. That's the spiritualist value still in us. It might be only at 28.6, but it has a natural 0.12 towards spiritualist each month. So we're more spiritualist than not, despite the innovation. We're gonna be hypocrites. We want innovative arts and liberties and governance. But now they're going too far. This is purely a political decision. As now we have the Reformation going on. Looks like we have 3 Lutheran leaders. 1,422 Lutheran preacher buildings active. The entirety of Europe is getting awash in Lutheranism. Except for us, we're gonna be the holdout. The middle and the north has fallen. But they're just Germans with funny accents. The true Italians will adhere to the true faith. Even the Pope. Oh no, I thought the Pope had a little bit in there. It'd be funny if the Papal States had Lutherans popping up. I wonder if the Pope gets any special defense towards it. Or if the Papal States just gets, like, locked in to taking decisions that deny Lutheranism. Or if it simply hasn't had the chance to pop in yet. Let's see, we are actually a target of Pavia as a coalition against us. A coalition that consists entirely of Pavia and 2 banks. 2 banks are in a coalition against me. So if we were to do war against Pavia, it wouldn't hurt us too much. Except they are aligned with Lower Bavaria, Savoy, Milan, and Upper Bavaria. So I do not wish to do that yet. $12 months, 20 months, 10 months, and years. They're going to come back from these Brazil explorations and show us that France already has a lot of colonies in here. They have a colony here, and they're building a second one there. They picked up gold and gems right off the bat. I think we're going to ignore the treaty. If we violate it, we get minus 0.2 prestige for the rest of the game. That is a very big ask. If we uphold it, it costs religious influence. I think the smart play for me. Origin line to Biba. Oh, the line's over here. They didn't move it all the way to the ocean. It's just all the way here right now, but still, that should mean that most of South America should belong to me except for this tip of Brazil. But because France had literally 10 billion prestige, they could just claim everything they saw. Leaders of Upper Bavaria decide to fall back in line and stop defying the rules set up by the Treaty of Corbière. What's an extra penalty? It's still decreasing by 2.3 a month. Alright, equilibrium of prestige. 22 is where we can naturally rest. It'd be nice to be able to naturally rest on it. Visit from some shady people. A few slightly shady-looking characters have appeared at our court, offering their services to our king. They claim to be willing and able to do things that any proper one would never do publicly. Lose 500 month? No. To gain what? 25 spy network in Tunis? It's basically a free chance to fabricate Casus Belli. That's basically it. Except, what Casus Belli could we claim on them? Anti-piracy war requirements not met. Disrupting trade requirements not met. Excommunicated leader requirements not met. Religious war, you have to take the administrative focus during the age of whatever the previous one was, Renaissance. And if you didn't take administrative, you cannot get Deus Vult, and so you cannot do religious war. Trade conflict, requirements not met. All we could do is humiliate rival for 900% conquer cost, subjugate cost. I might as well just use no Casus Belli then. An offer we can refuse, because they're offering me stupidity. Shun is at 90%. Hurry it up, so I could start going to the area next door. I have to wonder then, is there any actual consequence if I just ignore it and go over? It's in my best interest to ignore it. But should I do that by violating the treaty? And just turning it into useless paper? Am I allowed to colonize out? We can. Requirements not met. Due to claim through Treaty of Corbière, only France allowed to colonize and all other Catholic countries are blocked from it. Who even needs prestige? Ignore religious colonial claim, yes. It does cost 5 legitimacy on top of 20 religious influence. 15 religious influence to uphold, 20 plus legitimacy to deny, and I get a prestige penalty. Which doesn't mean anything, because a standard player isn't going to hold on to any prestige anyway. So when all of my guys grow up, and it turns out they were raised Hungarian and I embrace local culture and turn them Neapolitan, it doesn't do anything anyway because it costs 20 prestige to do it. But if I've only got the 1 or 5 prestige, all that does is reset me back down to 0, which any random negative event is going to do in triplicate anyway. Since the game has no checks for the same event happening month after month. Violate it. The Treaty of Corbiel is nothing more than a piece of meaningless paper for the people risking their lives in an attempt to carve out a better future for themselves in an ungrateful and dangerous new land. We'll ignore these rulings, allow our people to take what is their right to have. And so now, the only limit is I am broke as shit. Because I've, doing 6 explorations at a time kind of saps away at the income. I got so few soldiers right now. Max of 5,000, but all the way to... Oh yeah, because I had to replenish so many of these guys. It turns out having all of my regulars sitting in the mountains in the winter takes a lot out of them. Let's put a bit more money towards stability. I hate to do it, but I do want to get at least... Okay, 0.3 is a lot. 0.25 a month. Give me a whole integer at a time. $6 months, 8 months, I'll make $20 a month more. What's going on here? Attrition? Just sitting at the Port of Catania. But let's send you off to 37 galleys to join this fleet. There. Put it back at the max speed. Turns out that's another secret to playing Europa Universalis that I was neglecting, is that there's no reason not to play at max speed unless something's going on the ground that you have to keep your eye on. Lurk mode active! There's actually a command for that MP83, and you're not going to guess what it is. Naval Supply Workshop, Weapons Workshop. What else could I get? Enjoy the Lurk MP. Trading Hub. And the Market Center gives market attraction and trade capacity. Food production. Pop conversion might be useful in this day and age. Too clever for me, MP. Too clever by half. Clergy food consumption. Cabinet efficiency would make these... Cabinet efficiency would make things like integration and cracking down on rebels more efficient. Conversion and assimilation. We've already got the colonial migration. Dry dock, Carracks, foreign culture law. Do I want to start getting foreign culture law? Bigger non-culture levy size, more expensive ad accepted culture cost, and more taxes for the peasants, more cultural influence, and pop assimilation speed if we integrate foreign traditions. Stay abreast of interesting ideas and innovations. These foreign cultures adopt those that would serve us and our people. Ease assimilation of foreigners into our society, increasing our own cultural influence. Basically, we could invent Christmas. Allowing foreign rituals makes it cheaper to accept cultures and gives us an extra culture capacity. So, get more people or embrace more people. And that's most of the stuff on this. Cheaper exploration cost, a loom output. Any new innovations they've added to Naples and the Two Sicilies. Faster spine network construction would mean we could steal maps faster. Counting house we haven't gotten yet gives local crown power up. We've already got pretty damn good crown power. 40%, and the next down is burgers of 20. Correct section. Slave such a good ignore. Levy recovery and combat efficiency. 2% of Vatapop's raise as peasant levy. Eh. I know there's more text that I should go for. But which ones do I want? Double prestige from land battles is only one away. And it's older tech, so it'll be faster. Cultural tradition, we get a good ticking on. We're not going to run out anytime soon. And -2 unrest isn't a lot. Cultural tradition and cultural influence plus 0.1 each. Required production method of paper, dyes, marble, and books. Which means there'll be more demand for this, and the prices might get juicier. And nothing new added to traditions. Cultural tradition, 10%. Religious influence, 10% a month. Minor boost to monthly literacy, followed by legislative efficiency is nothing. Stability investment cost -5% would be nice. But it's all the way down deep into there. Christmas is made up? More so the sense that Christmas becomes a cultural tool. Where, whether a nation is Christian or not, Christmas ends up having a very nice appeal that people end up celebrating anyway, even for certain traditional or commercial aspects, so it does kind of become a cultural tool. Arts Academy, 0.25 cultural influence a month. Okay, let me do We could do more burgers in towns and cities, and towns and city migration up. Iron and copper output. We'll do pop conversion and assimilation. My assimilation's already very far back. More efficient cabinet. Let's hold off on these for now. And then I will build toward foreign culture law. I think I do want to start latently assimilating our pops. Plus getting more cultural influence. Carracks are going to be obsolete pretty soon. Because the Age of Discovery is going to end in like 18 years or so. But I do want the bonus from new law. Everything comes to toy sales, cartoons, movies, video games. Yeah, that's a fun thing. Where's our... We have a cultural tradition of 716, which is my defensive stat right now. That means if I start playing other people's video games or watching other people's anime, I could enjoy it, but I won't start lusting to become them. But on the other hand, our cultural influence is 1,030, making us the cultural hegemon of the world. People play my video games. They watch my cartoons. And they're like, oh, damn. Neapolitan video games are so good. I want to be Italian. I want to be Italian. They make such very good games. So there is a bit of warfare in the cultural sphere in Europa Universalis 5. Everyone has a Santa action figure with a rocket launcher and a Rudolph reindeer vehicle with laser turrets, pew pew. Sadly, right now, that is Sweden's domination. They got Lapland, they got Finland, they got all the lumber to make those toys, and they get to say how Santa Claus is going to look this year. Should I go against Sweden? Nah, Sweden's looking eastwards. They're not going to be any rivals to me anytime soon. No? Oh, to rivaling Sweden? I feel like you might have some bias, Swedish guy. Fuck up Denmark instead. Ah, Denmark's alright. What's Danish culture like anyway? They've only got 24.48 cultural influence, that's nothing. Nobody could understand their cartoons. It all sounds like they're speaking with potatoes in their mouths. So the Danes try to take over the world through culture. We're like, huh? And just move on to watch Italian cartoons instead. Nah. I'd be punching down if I were to attack Denmark. Swedes got 79 cultural influence, so they are stronger right now on spreading their culture than the Danes are. Okay, Norway and Sweden, so the same union. Norwegians? Get back up here, tooltip. 21. Currently, the Norwegians are as culturally weak as the Danes. You don't care what way it punches as long as it's Denmark? I don't think I've really known any Danes, come to think of it. No. I think the guy that basically stole the gal I was sweet on back in the army. Going by his last name, I'm pretty sure that he was of Danish heritage. But you wouldn't really count that. The same way you wouldn't count a sixth generation Irish American as being Irish. And at any rate, they're too far away regardless. I still have ambitions in uniting Italy. All these Lutheran preachers trying to encircle the Papal States. Possible cabinet, that's right. We finished a cabinet action. Noble insurgents are down to 0.03 a month, so they are going to start dipping down. So let's focus on... Let's see, this guy's got... That's the guy with nothingness for his martial stats. But let's go ahead and clear up Grenoble anyway. We gotta assert our control there after all. Where's the integration map mode? We have all these integrations here, but no cores. Not even in Genoa. Any updates on Chillinchum MP? He was in chat the other day, lurking while he was playing some other game. Didn't want to talk about the ongoing issues with Discord, but I did at least get confirmation that they've got no payment information or card associated with the account. So, currently, I'm trying to bunch up this blanket here so I can keep my feet warm. The biggest issue was locked out of an account that was theirs and is now stolen. But at least there's no financial risk of the people who stole and sold and bought the account popping in, finding a payment information still attached, and going to town buying stuff with it. Estate satisfaction. I'll get estate satisfaction up. Unfortunately, I don't think that account's coming back. You've been in the exact same situation, MP, when you had your account stolen in pretty much the exact same itch.io, please try my game scheme. It might be cruel to say, but I am dead certain that thing is sadly a lost cause. Explorers in New Brunswick, Parana. You have money now to buy the magical Nut Ikuno game, but you don't know if you should wait. Oh yeah, there is the winter sale coming up pretty soon, isn't there? I guess you could just hold off on it then. Keep the money till the winter sale comes up, see if it does go on sale. Where to explore next? No, not explore. Maps to steal. Which map to steal next? Not covered action, to steal maps. Zambezi would give me here. And I am rather keen on expanding this way eventually. The ideal would be to have a spread of colony going from here across. I mean, we could end up becoming Italian South Africa. Just push all the way down, have a big colonial nation here. We're gonna be kinder than the Boers were. We do have our policies set for trading with the natives, We're gonna get policy for adapting foreign cultures into our own. So Zambezi we could look at. This would give this area over here. Madagascar Sea would give the area around Madagascar over here. A Madagascar colony would be cool. France's colony is around Western and Central Africa and in Brazil, but I don't think they've spread further into South and Eastern Africa yet. Oh, we got contact with locals? Mutapa. A Bantu people? Shona culture? There's gold out here. Population-wise, they got some high pops up this way. We got... They got some gold location, but there's gold, gold, and gold unclaimed. But it is spread throughout several provinces. We gotta go to south to Lower Zambezi, and then we can go Sina, then Lower Mazowe, and then up to Shire. So grab here, get the first gold and ivory, then the next gold and ivory. There's no current colonization progress going on here. And of course, this does fall within France's side of the world. Sucks to be them! Yeah, I gotta go through it. That's too far away. Lower Zambezi's gotta be it. To settle this virgin territory. As if there aren't literally thousands of people living here. This area is going to be really tough to colonize. It'll take ages. Because they got 25,900 people, 35,000. And the way colonization works is you're just throwing people in there. Until such a point when your people go from minority to majority and then you just claim it as yours. It's basically the Russification process. Without, you know, without suddenly claiming that those Russified voices matter more for votes, saying, hey, hold on, we wanna go back and join this guy actually. France is spreading pretty well into Central Europe. That was funny. We called it Russification because it's pretty much what happens in Europe, in like Baltic areas, Ukraine especially, was like, oh, we got these big Russian-speaking populations. Suddenly they're going to want to ratify votes to join Russia. But every time I speak of like independence for the CNMI or Guam or Hawaii, you get a bunch of howlies going, but wait! I don't want to become an independent country. Jerk, I wasn't talking about you. You can go back home to Ohio. I'm talking about the Hawaiians here, giving them independence. To support the current Curia, accept. That's not France, you just like France's color. Tsushima is making their own colony out here. They're trying to spread closer to Panama now. If they get close enough, I could just add the Panama colonies or lands to Tsushima. But I kind of want them to mostly go this way, towards the resources we got here. Tocantins discovered? Oh, look at all this gold out here. That France doesn't have access to. That France doesn't have access to. Leaders of Byzantium fall back in line, stop to find the rules set up. But there's no consequence. If I don't accept the rules, then I'm free to colonize wherever I want. The only one who benefits with these rules is France, because they put huge claims on Brazil, even though the line starts here. It gives them basically exclusive rights to Africa and Asia. They want to go this way, so France is the only one who benefits from the lack of competition. I benefit from the lack of competition down here because no one's come down this far yet. I benefit from the lack of competition in Central and North America because no one's bothered coming up this far yet either. So the real political question becomes, do they care about making things easier for France's monopoly or no? Can I afford to lower diplomatic spending without getting the "you're trying to annex a disloyal vassal now"? 72% loyal. So there's no harm right now in dropping diplomatic spending. It makes my other vassals less loyal, but doesn't matter. I do want Athens to be more loyal when the time comes to integrate them, though, to annex them, and I do want to. Albania and Athens is going to be... They're going to be the rock that the boot of Italy rests on. They will be our strength. That is the happy lie we'll tell them. Oh, France has more of their colony going down this way. France really spreading out their colony here. Exclusively going for the golden gems. They're making it tough, man. France is spreading out good in Brazil. I could maybe do something here and then spread out this way. Yeah, hook on from south to further in. Pampa's all the way down there. Pindorama is up here. We got 3 more years for Pindorama, though. By which time, France would probably triple the size of their colony. Forget the scramble for Africa. The real scramble now is a scramble for Brazil. Excuse me. See, Noble Insurgents 0.02. More regular kids getting regular educations. Turning off the notifications for becoming an adult, yada yada yada. I think that turned off the notifications for everyone becoming an adult now, because I'm pretty sure by now I should have had at least had relatives who grew up. Any more crowns in here that might have slipped through? Grown to a happy age. Carolee, mediocre stats we know of him. Lazo. What I could just sort by age here. Or not sort by age, but look at people, characters. Crown faction, and adult. And no way to sort by age. Katarina's not too bad for a cabinet position. 69 Marshal. Sort by not married. Anju Hedvig. Johanna. Hedvig especially. My niece. Because she can't do a royal marriage, I cannot marry her out at all. That's gonna make it rather difficult to maintain my dynasty if whether or not I could royal marry, not closely related enough to the ruler. Especially if we go with a more elective form of succession, whether it's straight up elective succession or admiralty regime. Because then everyone's going to hop around to being too far away to marry, to get a royal marriage, even if they're crown faction. This is what Paradox does. They rubber band when they do patches and tweaks and updates. They went from you can marry all of your courtiers and you should marry all of your courtiers to you can't marry anybody, basically. They gotta be directly related. Otherwise, get your hand off that button. By assisting our nobility in confining the serfs to their lands. Did we? We have greatly enriched the landed aristocracy. A wealthy nobility is one that can devote time to life's higher pursuits, and the lesser sons of any house of respect will count a great number of loyal and able artists, administrators, or other men of quality among their scions. Some are quite eager to pay the state back for the service it has done to their families. One of these, Raniero Obertangi, has recently arrived at the court to offer his services to the kingdom. Cool. We get a courtier who is a babbling buffoon and is thus not very fit at all for rulership, but he's got good stats. Great news, we gain prestige. Okay, but now that we have money, let's start a colonial charter here. We did already. Cool. Forgot that I did, actually. Oh, Havana nobles. Havana has his own revolt going on. That's fine by me. He hasn't called me into... Oh. No intervening matter of war, close to being... Yeah, we haven't been called on in, so he's on his own here. But he is going to be more unhappy over the fact that he's at war and I'm not helping him. In war without Overlord -10. Well, who's the fool that got his nobles unhappy? That's an amateur mistake, Havana. Ferrara is getting really gobbled up here. In 2 wars against Milan, as well as Hungary. Milan, it looks like we might have to go against you pretty soon. We have allies with Pavia, Savoy, and Aquileia. So if I go against Milan, I go against Pavia too. If I go against Pavia, they have more allies. Upper Bavaria, Milan, Savoy, Lower Bavaria. So, Savoy is going to be involved either way. But by going for Milan instead of Pavia, we avoid calling in the Bavarias too. Maybe I could ally into Savoy. They're no match for me, but it will still be annoying having to manage guys on my border. We do got the castle in Grenoble. Okay, just making sure neither is part of the HRE, so I don't gotta worry about them calling their papa in. How about I build? Who wants sheep farms? Sheep farms for anybody? We got some hungry people out here. And they're going to lie and say they don't want it, but they're going to get them. "22 unprofitable buildings in Genoa, Glass Guild, Apothecaries, Venetia, Napoli's a Saltpeter. Saltpeter Guild is unprofitable. We may have too many. Weaponsmith, Mason. That means I'm not building enough then. Colony of Nirgua. Here. So I'll join Tsushima. Yeah. Highlights over that way. And who needs an educating now? Filippo. We have no true prodigies, but maybe that's okay, because every time I get a prodigy, they end up dying on me. So let's go switch from... We're not at 20 yet, but I'm already 46 years old. Who knows how long I'm going to live? Let's go ahead and dip into the negative stability for a little while. We've done our Admiralty regime. We'll swap it on over for Harbor Administration. Port facilities must be efficiently managed to support maritime trade and naval operations. Corruption will be reduced. Commerce will thrive under the structured supervision. Removing Admiralty regime, which means we lose Admiral succession. Or should, when it finishes. Which it should... Or does it have? 1521. So next year. Next December. This time next year. The treaty is very quickly becoming more and more relevant. Only 7.1 relevant and decreasing by 2.3. Excuse me, what is this? Succession crisis. Reduces crown power by 20. Estate satisfaction minus 15. Because we have less than 0 stability and less than 40 legitimacy. We're getting plenty of stability per month. We just have to have either stability greater than 0, or stability, yeah, greater than or equal to 0, or legitimacy greater or equal than 40. Stability first. Let's get a whole integer per month or every 2 months. Or legitimacy side. If I just do legitimacy, 1 every 3 months. Cost of court. We could do 5 months of draining my cash, and I'll be at 40 stability or 40 legitimacy. Basically maxing it out. Mint to the moon again, 3.1 means I can mint even more. 5 months will be fine. It's only a 1% chance to appear each month. And it is Sonato time again. Pop conversion and assimilation up. But my assimilation... We got a positive assimilation right now! We've been at negative assimilation rate basically the entire game. Alright. Sonata, what have we got today? Mercantile Cabinet. Pop promotion speed and efficiency of cabinet 20% for the next half year. And if it passes, Giapisu di Balzo, our cabinet member and cousin, gains more stats. But we do get society value by 10 towards plutocracy. That'd be an immediate boost out of the aristocracy. Noble arts. Noble estate satisfaction plus 20 for half a year. And plus 2.5. Noble estate satisfaction recovery gets out of 50 higher. Which would mean noble insurgents will basically neuter themselves. Conduct a census for population growth and 7 stability. I gotta think. With 40 crown power, that'll give me 20 Sonato support to start with. And because of whatever we got, we get an extra 5. So we'll be starting at 25%. I'll have to scrounge 25% more. Depending on what they ask for, what the different estates ask for to get that 25%, I could be in a worse position trying to get that 7 stability. Develop interior, cheaper urban buildings for half a year, and then Milan and Florence gains 0.25 development, gain progress towards land. Harbor administration will be lost as it requires at least 50 towards naval. So I have to maintain my naval too in order to keep harbor administration. We're currently at 51.57 naval. Oh, that's rough. We're right on the border practically. I gotta make sure that my army doesn't get too good over my navy. And I do want to use a Sonato to go after Milan, or Pavia, Ferrara. We have a truce with until this October. Papal states are aligned with, so we shouldn't attack them. Cathedral to get more spiritualist. Cheap cathedral for pop conversion speed over where? In Tunis. It'll be their first cathedral in Tunis. Lots of training fields they can build for monthly manpower. Manpower got gutted after the last war. We have a max of 5,000. That'd be the smart way. But I also want to lose a stability, the 7 stability, to get a claim on somebody. Let's get the nobles happier. 19 against my 25. Aristocratic support. Change societal value, +2 towards aristocracy. Demand for a new monastery, which also helps pop conversion speed. Support for innovative ideas. Lose 5 cultural tradition to get 2 more innovative. Gimme. Nobles lost a bit of happiness from that, but they get 3.7 increase to their happiness now. They have a 71.21. Let's tax them even more. That's how much we could be taxing nobles, but because they have so many reasons to dislike me. Alright, we have half a year where we could tax them this much and still have them happy. $32.25 tax rate for the rich burghers. 38% tax rate for the nobility. And 40.78 for the commoners. I'm making the poorest people pay the highest. I gotta figure out how to do progressive tax rates and survive. I mean, I could just keep the tax higher and then slaughter nobles every few years when they revolt. I ought to help out here. Havana's got 1,000 troops and no boats. Their nobles have 214 troops and no boats. They've only got 214 troops. The trouble is that Havana can't raise any boats to get his superior armies over and just wipe out the rebels here. Pampa discovered. Verona has a claim following through on threat. Verona? Where's Verona? They've been kicked. Wait, is that? Oh, there they are. Found Verona. There they are. Little town of Cividat is all that remains of Verona. Their one location. Completely pitched in between Aquilia and Ferrara. They basically have Genoa's fate here of going from a respectable power to just one dude. One dude and that's it. I think I'm gonna have to send somebody over here though. Oh, look at that! They got one land flipped back over. Is that just from their colony? Because they do have their own colonization going here. They're gonna lose that. Let's get a flip back over to Havana Nobles. Speaking of which. Yeah, noble insurgents are down here, down here. So all the more reason why I don't want to fight noble insurgents. Because it's not just, oh, annoying war that I have to fight against every so often. But they could spawn as far afield as my, the current colonies I put down that are still considered two Sicilies and haven't become proper colonies yet. So I should help out. But I won't. They've got this. $700 monies and getting 200. The end of the Treaty of Corbière. As it always happens to old and controversial laws, a mixture of outdated rulings and lack of enforcement has transformed the once mighty Treaty of Corbière into a stack of meaningless paper. To the dismay of the Kingdom of France and the King of the Two Sicilies, I'm not too upset. The signers of the treaty, their past commitment no longer holds any power, as even their own colonies find it restrictive and ignore it as much as they can. Societal value towards belligerent, if no matter, new treaties can be signed in its wake, no longer have a need for it, become conciliatory. We'll lose some belligerents. We're already super belligerent, but it doesn't matter anyway. Unmarried children. Eadvige. Eadvige has pretty good administration. Who to marry her to? Aragon? Aragon feels like a mistake. We can marry her to Denmark. We get some prestige marrying her to our distant cousin in Denmark. That would give us 3.75 prestige. The prestigious Danes. That's actually the most prestigious option we have right now. An heir and someone in line. Heir to Aragon. Which is just going to get eaten up by Castile and France anyway. Scotland we could marry to. Holland. Hesse. Sion. And a whole bunch of nobody areas. There's Holland. Holland seems to be doing pretty well for itself. The new tutorial islands. Distant cousin. Everybody is a distant cousin or some level of cousin. First cousins in Aragon. Sion's the only one that isn't cousin, but I did kind of do some fuckery around there because of how the inheritance was working with things that Paradox wasn't accounting for. Distant cousin, distant cousin, distant cousin. Let's marry to Scotland. Our courtier. Plus 15. Okay, so legitimacy, is almost to 40, and then this is going to go away. Let's build... Can we do printer shops yet? We can. $3.14 Palermo. 3. 2.78. Where's Napoli? Only 2.26. We gotta upgrade all these first. These are all our old scriptoriums we have to convert back over. Hopefully not screwing my economy too hard by turning all these scriptoriums into printer shops. Inflation of 4.56. A couple more months then. I'll get it to 6. A little over 6. And now that legitimacy is at 40. Let's bump the cost of court down. To the negatives, no. We'll maintain 0.1. Then keep stability going for a while. Maybe push stability to 0.5? There, 0.5 a month. We're making 100 more per month. Just to get it back up to 0. Libertas Ecclesiae. Imperial Authority modifier. I'm gonna vote no. I don't want any Imperial Authority. I want so many cardinals that I can keep Imperial Authority without its boost. Military support in Salerno. Take a more army tradition. Let's say good news. Get support of the Senato. Now, this does give me 65, right? I only need 45 to get the Casus Belli or a law change. So what I could do... If I ask for a law change or a Casus Belli, that'll bump me down to 40. No. To 20. Bump me down to 20? We could do lessen levy obligations, demand for new monasteries. Lose legitimacy to pump towards aristocracy. That'll be 29 roughly. I say roughly because every time I do one of these, then their support will go down. They'll like me a bit less, and so the influence of these will be a little bit lesser. I still have to hit 50 support to pass stuff. I could try to scrounge around. There's 27 days left in the Senato. I doubt there's going to be any other events that pop up. Because if I want to do a no Casus Belli war, that's going to cost me stability that I don't have. And if I ask for the Casus Belli and then fails the Senato, that's going to cost me more stability that I don't have. The people, they already love me. 70 clergy satisfaction, 80 burger satisfaction, 65 for commoners. Do I go and get the Casus Belli on Milan? And then we'll be attacked by Pavia, Savoy, and Aquileia. But then we could possibly take land away from Pavia by fully occupying it. Land away from Milan. And that'll give us enough Italian land to form Italy, and also gives us extra tech we could unlock. Maximum literacy, monthly literacy for the entire country. Cultural tradition and influence, we could become the anime overlord. Road building time. Monthly prestige and diplomatic capacity. Sailors and manpower. I think that's new. There weren't too many advances here the last time I looked. Religious influence. Embrace institution costs cheaper, especially with the Age of Discovery ending in a few years. And then next era. War exhaustion down, fort defense better. Pop promotion speed. Condottieri I don't care about in the final era. Is it the final era? Age of Reformation. Age of Absolution. I think there's more than that. I'm going to risk it. We're going to play risky. We're going to ask, let's see, Milan, Pavia, Savoy, and Aquila. It's not a whole lot. The Bavarias are kind of distracted right now. 3,000, he's not at war. 600, but he is. But either way, same Milan, same Pavia, same Savoy, but then the Bavarias come in. Oh wait, yeah, Aquila's there. Savoy, Pavia, Aquila, plus Milan. I think we can do it. They got boats. We could block them in. That's the only boat area you have to worry about. They got artilleries and a whole bunch of levies. Pavia's got no boat, surprisingly. 300 artillery, some decent infantry and cavalry. And then some decent levies. Savoy is spread thin with their army composition. And the main man, Milan. They got some pretty good artillery, some decent infantry. So let's see. It would have to be Casaspelli for... What would we say? Because Milan's here. Spreading out that way for Brescia. Claim Brescia as our own. It's got plenty of land in it, but I should see about what their fortifications are like too. Knowing them, they got castles everywhere. 1.0.10 does try to make some effort to very slightly nerf how much the AI likes to make forts, but I think it's perfectly sensible. Because if you're this tinier guy, and you're already making a lot of money because you're smaller, you got less you could invest into, so you're already making more money year after year after year. Because you don't have as far to spread your money, so your money can flourish more quickly. Why not put forts everywhere? If you could afford to. If you're surrounded by everybody else, I think it makes sense. It helps with the independence of these littler guys. It's annoying for us big guys that want to gobble it up, but that's the point. And I'm sure Paradox agrees, because it's a very tiny boost to it. I don't know exactly how much of a nerf, I should say, how much of a nerf it is to their fort building ability. But it's not a major one. 1, 2 over here. They got 1, 2, 3. Their capital is also right there. We might be willing to give their capital away. Maybe. Because if I take their capital, that's both the war goal and their capital. That's a lot I could ask for. Pavia would be much the same. Their capital's here with the castle, but then they got castles in Bobbio, Lomeo, Lanzo. So taking their capital should be enough to at least get major war score and force them out of the war. But it probably won't be enough to take their entire country and force them into irrelevance. I could probably take 1, 2, 3, 4, and then take 1, 2, 3 off of Milan. Because these are some fairly prosperous areas. If they're prosperous, they're more expensive to take in war, which frustrates people. But I only need 5 for Italy. So with Pavia, I could just take the capital and then just gobble up the capital and a few other cheap things. And same with Milan. Well, with Pavia, because there's not much to them, I could feasibly try to occupy everywhere. And if we hit enough war score on them, we could, in fact, take the entire thing. The options are as many as the war score could fit, or the whole hog. And of course, Savoy is going to be a problem coming in from the right. We have Castle in Grenoble. We got Castle in Turin. But they are HRE, so I'm pretty sure they do have the ability to march across any other HRE member. Which goes both ways, that we found out within the hour of going back and forth. Because it turns out, like with Dauphine, if we're fighting Dauphine, who is HRE, then we're not just allowed to walk through Dauphine. We could literally march all the way up to the Baltic coast, because going to war with anybody in the HRE, even if we're not warring with anybody else, and have no military acts with anybody else, the fact that they share the same overlord international organization means we could just march everywhere. So Savoy might be able to go through Novara to head on over, which would be annoying. I should put a castle in Susa too, to pinch things off from this way. We wouldn't have to do the war right away after all. We'd have 5 years after getting the Casus Belli. So, let's see how much I'm going to fuck things up for myself. Which province are we going for again? For Treviglio? Fabricate Casus Belli. On Milan. For... oh, Treviglio's not an option? Oh, Monza, I guess it is. For Monza. I was looking at the location name, not the province name. Alright. Casus Belli on Monza. It's not as populous and not as prosperous. The big money's in Brescia, but their capital's there in Bergamo. Well, what we could do is war for Monza, take that. Take the... oh, Bergamo's where their capital is. It's right in the middle. They got their capital right... it's literally on the border. Okay, Bergamo then. Bergamo's only got one fort up in the mountain. But they're smart. Bergamo falls within the zone of control of 2 forts. So Treviglio and Zogno both would have to be taken to ensure that Bergamo stays ours. Okay, we'll go for Bergamo as the war target. Lost 45 support in the Senato. So, let's agree to the new monastery. And everything else drops. Lessen the levy obligation for the burghers for 5 years. Naval support would give us 2 more towards naval. But I can't be giving all these favors away. Aristocratic support. Lose 5 legitimacy. Ah! I need 8 things. New monastery. Address artisan guild complaints. Is local burger power and production efficiency, that's fine. We'll give him naval support. Nobles are once again very unhappy. For the next 27 days, they'll enjoy 3.7 increase. That's going to end very soon. So, they're going to be back to unhappy noble insurgents. And so before I unpause and we mess that up, let me take another BRB here. What time is it? 2:14? We're coming close to the end of the stream then. This will be the last BRB for now. And maybe we'll get a little bit more exploration progress when I come back. So first, back in a few. Cold. You would think it was in Finland right now for how cold it is right here. Gotta get myself into a sauna. Which it kind of is in the bathroom, if I'm taking a nice hot shower. But the water gets cold so quickly. And so I don't get to enjoy the sauna experience for very long. Do you suspect there might be more ivory up in northern Canada if we try to go for walrus or something? Part of the reason I've been going for Africa pretty hard, by which I mean I haven't caught any there at all, is for the sources of ivory. The very rare sources ivory. Alright, hold on, inflation is only 9.29 or 5.29. Another few months of max inflation. Sonato, sponsored Noble Arts, got an architect. Which doesn't matter too much. Change societal value by 10 towards aristocracy. Oh. So that bumped things over a little bit. And the constant tug of war between aristocracy and plutocracy. Now I like having more plutocracy because it is trade efficiency, cheaper expected cost of court. The burger power doesn't matter too much to me. So, let me see. Stability, we're getting close to our whole integer pretty soon. Let's keep the cost up, just getting to 0. 0.5 a month. Heading off now? Parliament improved claims on province. Nobility is rather unhappy. Insurgents rising up again. 40% through harbor administration this December it completes. And then we'll lose our Admiralty succession. Elected from the leading admirals. Even if they aren't actively on a fleet, the fact that they were before, and thus now do have an admiral trait, means that even this guy here, who's considered the best damn admiral in the country, though he hasn't set foot on a boat in years, is the best ear we have. So first thing we'll do to set up for this war with Milan. I don't need all my lancers here. I gotta be careful with how many more armies I build though, because I do want to maintain navy. But I am going to need bigger armies too. It's just gotta be a balance of building one to accommodate the other. Even with more hulks, they've only got 9,325 for their transport capacity. And all these guys is 4,300. It's a 1-1. On the go. So, the only fleets I have to worry about here would be Aquila's, and they're all going to be over there. So if I put all my war galleys over here, and here we've got more early Carracks, And who's here? Galleys? More war galleys bring over. Naval benefits. Our naval captains have managed to capture quite a few smugglers in recent years, and the cut to the state has been rather large. Plus 3,398 for having high naval values. It's amazing. 3,000 for free because I'm accommodating Navy values. Beautiful. Gorgeous. What to spend it on? Got some big spendings we have to do. How about... We've done sheep farms, right? Let's subsidize them all just in case. Fishing villages. We got as many fishing villages out here as we can have. Let's give them a few more, because there's some hungry guys. No, in all markets, please. Thank you. Because some of these places aren't very resource rich when it comes to food. So I gotta give them more food where I can. Farming villages. Also give some food production. Oh, these people got no farming villages? What the heck? Have they never heard the good word of self-sufficiency? Put these peasants to work. And let me build more boats. We're gonna build... Let's do more light ships. I've only got the 10 caravels right now. There. Make it a fleet of 30 light ships. 30 light ships should be enough. And then how about the good old RGO? We got plenty of production buildings, plenty of this and that. Silver. Max you out over here. And this is in Tsushima. Tsushima could take care of itself right now. Silk. Pisa max out. Genoa, go ahead and max out on you. And this is Athens. Athens we'll work on eventually. Max over there. 300 monies. We'll save 300. So, Treviglio, and then Zogno, and then we take the capital. Milan's busy with their own war over here that they're succeeding on. They got 11,000 dudes, all their levies, all their infantry and everything else. I gotta be careful though, because I do want to take bites out of Pavia. And I do gotta defend against Savoy. So I'm basically Opening myself up to a 3-front war. The castle in Susa will finish on the 2nd of August. We'll wait until then. We'll just get everyone into position first. These waters aren't hostile yet because they're not at war with Aquila yet. But maybe it should behoove me to make a few more regulars. We're making 0.34 a month towards naval, so even if I make a few more regulars, it's not going to tip the balance away and strip away my harbor administration. So let's do. My falconets. And there goes all my money. 3 falconets to start with. 6.02 inflation. Time to stop making money. Oh, nobles are... Oh, right. I got noble tax where they used to be happy. Make even less money now, then. Oh, the slow crawl back up from 34, 0.2 at a time. Cost of court, maintaining 0.1. Fort maintenance is a few bucks extra. We'll shrink that down for now. And since stability is at -0, negative 0.65. Okay, a couple more months on that, then we'll drop the cost. Excuse me. Joined ally war. Hungary asking us to help out the first Hungary war of aggression. The one that they're winning? That they have no chance of losing? That they could finish up with anytime they want? That war of Hungarian aggression? Against Ferrara alone and nobody else. Poor Ferrara. Robert Andrew getting Ram Raider. And once again, I'm considered not to be a commander during war. Ruler and Admiral. Where am I located right now? Cape Kamanjak. Literally there right now. What do you mean, -50, not commanding during war? An admiral or general in charge of a unit. What do you call that? Okay, what if I put myself in charge here then? Get this guy out? Nah. I could lead this one. That's being made pretty soon. Let's go ahead and replace him with me. Man, I got all these stats and it doesn't want me to count it towards... So it's only counting commander of an army then. If I'm in charge of a navy, it just wants you to be a commander. be it general over an army or admiral over a navy, but it's it did rip. Disconnected 239, reconnection successful 239. So, bitrate's okay now. With the power of disconnection protection, as long as the uptime is still the same. That disconnection protection should be on by default. It's tragic that it took me so many years to find it in the Twitch settings. I thought it'd be an OBS setting. Never realized it's just on the Twitch page buried in the settings somewhere. So many disconnections are ones like that where it goes down for like half a second then comes back up. But it looks like it's all fine now, just whatever having a hiccup, and the hiccup's all done. Which is fine because it seems like the bitrate is more stable after the hiccup. Let's drop army spending, we don't need it. Just constantly demolishing their boats. Every time they get more fishing boats. "44% war score." But because I've only just joined the war, I can't... Well, I can white peace house, actually. Let me see something first. Hungary is using favors to draw me in. We're at 48 now. 48 favors with Hungary, which means... They don't have the money to give me money if I ask for money. They're 100 short. And I don't have the money to send them a gift. I was thinking maybe send them a gift and then ask the money back right away. Pope, we got 26 favors on you. I could continue to isolate him from allies. Divorce the Pope from Savoy? Because I do eventually... Eventually, I want to be able to take some land away from the Pope and vassalize him. I actually want to vassalize the Pope. He's at 200 opinion. It claims are much stronger than them, but they have so many more regulars than I do. So I doubt that. So I could leave this war right now. If I try to ask for stuff, it'll say no, because I don't have enough war score. But if I just sit here and keep killing their boats that they keep sending out, eventually I might build up 10% war score. All these bits in the middle haven't been taken. What if I just sent my army there for a little while? Do some very minor token occupations. I don't know why he hasn't sued for peace already. These 3 little strips of land here were the only things that Ferrara still has. And there come the Hungarians. Missing wild game, missing wild game. Let me make sure that all of my fishers, farming village subsidize everyone. Fishing village is still subsidized. Forest village only does leather. They need wild game also. We could put a whole lot more irrigation too, which would be sexy. That's food production, an extra 5%, and population capacity together. There, how much war score now? We have 5. Maybe if I fully occupy this for Hungary, he'll give me a little bit of land. Sometimes they could be nice, though I still gotta figure out how to give stuff to allies in war. I can't find that on the peace screen. Gained 3 tiny fishing boats out of that. We gained a heavy warship. How now? Seas land treaties, it will take us, will let us take. So, I don't want those because it's just out of the middle of nowhere. But I could. I can't take Venice. It needs to be occupied to be part of the peace treaty, and Hungary is already occupying it. So the stuff I want, they can't give me. Humiliate Ferrara. Get 5 more prestige. I could dismantle forts everywhere. Release Verona. Oh. It's just what little of Verona remains is just our vassal. That's nothing. Liberate. Liberate Treviso. Revoke cores in Ferrara from Ferrara. If I revoke the cores from them, they'll integrate to me. I think that's how it works, right? Because we one person get the core at a time. If I revoke all these cores from them, then they could core on over to me. Annuls treaty with Narbonne, with Savoy, with Aquileia. Fleet basing rights, food access right, military access, war reparations. I could take as much as I want from them, they'll still say yes. And the money, how much money could I ask for? I could ask for as much money as I can out of them. 529? Let's get fleet basing rights from them too. Food access. They'll annul all treaties with no, hold on. I've asked too much finally. Because this is 91 that I'm asking for. Alright, let's take all this then. They'll give me fleet basing rights, food access rights, war reparations. All the cores in lands that I hold are going to be annulled. And we get to humiliate them for a war we were barely involved in. Okay, let's go back over to... We're hanging out over there, yeah? Send my fleets to port for now. Yeah, I did embark these guys, didn't I? And now they're just draining manpower. Oh, whoop. Why do these guys not want to drop out? Disembark army. Okay. We got another kid needs an education. Nothing special about her. Just put her to military. Immensa Eterni DA for institution growth. I could say no. We do have 16 more years until the Age of Discovery ends and the Age of Reformation begins. Yeah, there's more Age of Revolutions. Which will give us eventual innovations in confessionalism, global trade, and artillery. Artillery is going to become more prominent, I suppose. Navy levy is raised in peace. Go ahead and drop them then. A total of 25 naval levies. Speaking of which, how's things going here? Horribly. Havana is still messing up their first revolt here badly. 216 guys versus 1,000, but they got no boats. Oh yeah, I'm in the positive now for stability. So let's drop the cost of stability even further. I could drop it all the way down to 0. And I still get 0.19 a month because of how low my stability is. Okay. Alright. If I had more manpower. Manpower is now going to be the limiter for getting more armies to contest with the Pavia Savoy side. Let's build. Should I do actual infantry? Infantry got archers and men-at-arms, which isn't a whole lot. Let's do more lancers. Cost 200 manpower each. And 200 bucks. So I have exactly enough for 3. Back to 0.02 for the noble insurgents. This poor priest trying to do his best. Verona taking a while to integrate. Grenoble taking a while. Hope wants Curia support. I could say no. How's it looking so far for the... Well, it's only for 10 years. The era is not going to advance in 10 years' time. It's fine. Three explorers out currently, exploring here, there. We got 41 spies on France. But steal the Madagascar Sea from them. There's also Mozambique, but give us this area. Just this little bit. Madagascar Sea, then. Which gives us another sea zone here to explore. 2 small sea zones. Maybe I should start putting spies on Castile too. Castilian counter-espionage gives me a bonus to making spies. And we have more cultural influence over them. They love my video game so much. They are thrilled to see my spies disguised as video game developers. How'd a piece of plastic get in my tea? Alright, more spy. Milan took a fair big chunk out of Ferrara there. They want to be the next Italy, but it's not going to happen. By the time the Italian wars happen, there's not going to be much of an Italy outside of me. He's got himself some more boats. Hungary's got himself some more land. Out of Savoy. Out of the Venice area. Out of Istria. You know, you gotta be proud for Hungary. It's taken them this long, but they've actually got themselves a good coast now. Maybe we'll marry into Hungary, get a personal union with them, absorb them, and then take their country into us. We could do that. Personal union it and absorb them. Hungarian-Frisian marriage union. County of Threat. Bizarre. Venice Market losing food, not my worry. Verona joins coalition. Hungary has got a lot of moving men around here. What you do in Hungary? You got no other war going on, just disband them. Athens have been working on for so long to improve opinion. They got so far to go, and they've raised so little. Caterina Angio. Nothing too special on her. No offense, Caterina. Over a year for Brazil and Canada explorations to finish. Okay. 2 and 2 spies. 2 and 4 spies. And Albania, you're gonna finish 3 more years. 3 more years and Albania's done. And that'll be 1 vassal fewer. What kind of raw resources am I set to inherit here? Some more iron? Some gems of my own? Some fruits? I've been neglecting growing my Napoli market, but this is all more stuff for the Napoli market. Venice is actually squeezed out a little bit. They own the coast over here and just the coast. Almost December. Efficiency of cabinet is also excellent. That means all these are going to do better. So this 0.04 for noble insurgents. I better see that turn green when the next month ticks around. Harbor administration almost done. Integration should go by faster. Since Ferrara lost so many of its cores. Where's integration? They haven't automatically flipped to us for being core. They're still integrated, which is good, but it takes a while. Like even in Sardinia here, they've been integrated for ages, but they're not yet properly cored. .2 a month for my rebellious nobles. Month ticked and it grew bigger. Great. .05% a month. It's very slow progress. I just don't want them progressing at all. Lutheran Zealots. Lutheran Zealots is another rebellious faction to worry about. They're mostly up in the north, but they're not all in unintegrated areas. Like they got some around here in Cortona, which is into... No, it's not. It's not cored. So it's mostly the uncored regions. Is it a proximity issue? Is it a control issue? There's a lot more green than I would expect for neglecting my proximity and control growth. We got +2 stability now. How hot is that? Maria. There's no prodigies. The last prodigy I had, he got moited. December 1, December 2, and December 3. Claim throne on Scotland. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. It's because of the royal marriage that I've got. And... it still considers Crown Prince Lothar to be my heir. It's supposed to lock out Admiral succession if I lose Admiralty regime. Change succession law to Admiral election. Years of age gives a +1, and then administrative, diplomatic, military gives a +1. Score for admiral gives 100. Admiral trait gives 50. So it's because he's old too. I thought there was something that said that if I lose the thing, then we lose the succession law. Well, I could always change it myself. It would cost more legitimacy and stability than I have, though. Legitimacy would be easy enough. And there's a chance that Lothar might die before I do. I'm only 47, he's 60. So that's how I got those artillery on the boats without realizing it. Did I press the embark button instead of build to fleet? Because they were supposed to build to fleet. Why do I have... I never told these horses to get on the boat. These horses are new. I am very confused by the fact... Whatever. Whatever. Horses disembark. Sapping my manpower by having those guys just sitting. For way too... I don't know, man. Sometimes the game is weird. Did the fact that I do build to fleet for the boats confuse something? And so the horses swam out to sea while the boats stayed at home? Nobody's trying to outpace me on cardinals, are they? 20 cardinals and they're all mine. We got Grenoble. Achielia is a Prince Bishopric. Huh. Okay. Navarre also has a cardinal seat, but they're all the way down there. Norway's got a cardinal. Right down to the south. Narbonne is juicy. I would love to take Narbonne away from France. Sweden. Where's Sweden's? In Gotland? If I had the confidence, I would steal Rome from Rome, and then I would have 11 cardinals out of 20. Imagine the power move that would be. Nor in the Bible does it say that Rome has to be the seat of the Pope after all. Still can't ask for money. They've only got 683. They're not supposed to spend money. They're supposed to hold on to it so I could ask them for cash. "28 favors with the Pope." He's got more colonies going. Nizeri, Kalbinda, Ogowe Benji, and Yue. Claim throne on Scotland. Nah. Now, Milan, you just had a war. If there's a way to separate... Croatia! You got into an alliance with Croatia, who's got no boats. But they got a few dudes. Emphasis on few. I'm not worried about Croatia. They think that would hurt my flank, but it won't. Milan's got land all the way out here somehow. They got Geestenthorpe. What's this red bit down there? Treviso, Republic of Treviso was separate now. Aquila, let's see. Are you granting access to anybody? Not to Hungary. We do have Hungary's help, and Hungary might be able to help us out with Milan. What do you think, Hungary, if you go to war with Milan? Hungary and the Papal States will be happy to join. Hungary and the Papal States. I ought to make use of my allies. The Pope doesn't have as many armies, but he's got so many regulars. Aquila, Pavia, and Savoy will join. Croatia does not want to. They don't have the levies available. They're currently at war with who? Bulgaria, war of aggression. Serbia against Bulgaria, South Mauritania, North Mauritania, and Croatia, Georgia, sincere. I feel confident. I feel good about our chances against Milan now. I would also like more music. Choom! Music to 0. Gotta turn music to 0 to get more music. Shuffle playlist, loop playlist. Alright. I think I'm ready. I think it's time for us to do it. So, we have a castle forming here to finish in August. We'll wait for August then. Centralization yields benefits. Thanks to our centralization policies, we're better able to control the administration of our state, yielding benefits for all. Good news. What does it do? Tax efficiency and monthly control for 10 years. That's a jump from 139 to 160 per month. Okay, but I'll build a few more lances here anyway. I don't have the manpower though, so I won't, because I can't. making so much cash though. Make more printers shop. Instead of a scriptorium that requires dye, paper, and wood, this requires tin, paper, tools, and lumber to make a book. ZR. Let's build more RGOs. Any more iron to max out? Nicastro. Montalcino. That one. Diane Tunis, Tortona, Rieti, Di Castello. Sugar, max out in Palermo, fiber crops. Caserta, max out in Spoleto, Winimola, Arganta, don't forget the rest. Bovino. Napoli just keeps getting more and more wine that they're allowed to build. Okay, that's enough for now. Let's not go too crazy. Ferrara expiring soon? 7 years. It's not exactly soon for these. This is more a list of all the truces I do have. Antagonism received? Sure. Not that antagonism's stopping anybody else. Spies, not spies, my explorer's gonna be coming home soon. We could do some exploration on Madagascar. And how's my guys down here doing? Very slow progress, or 20%. They're doing 66 people per month. The distance from Napoli is making it especially harsh. Novgorod looks like it's getting eaten up by somebody. Who are you fighting? Everybody. Serbia's getting gobbled up really quickly. Poor Serbia! Nobility insurgents down to 0.04. They're slowly rising up. Verona 7796 complete. How's my tax rate looking? 1,300. It's a nice big boost. Those are much bigger. Look at that. Most of our playtime has been down here. It's so smooth compared to these giant leaps now. Of course, Bohemia is still an impossible force to face. We're at least catching up with France. 18,000 to our... or 1,800 to our 1,300. We've left Castile in the dust. Hungary's not doing too bad. We're just inching ahead of them. July time. Okay, Okay, July time. What if I build a second fleet of light ships? That'll be the start for the next fleet. We're not the number 6 great power in the world still. We're still the cultural hegemon. Great Wu has 88 heavy ships. 88 heavies. That is incredible. How do we compare for income? Great Wu makes 1,200 a month, France makes 900 a month, and I make 500 a month. Before expenses. Military hegemon, the Khmer Empire. We got some diversity here now. Bohemia is completely out of the running. We almost have more regulars than the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt. How many regulars does it expect me to have? There's a value for that somewhere. Total strength of all of our armies. $321. I got so little time before the dang movie starts. Bohemia's military hegemon again. They have a back-and-forth rivalry with someone they don't know about. Pirates have struck some of our shipping. They torched and brutally murdered the male passengers, and as for the female passengers, the tales told shock all civilized men. One of the female passengers was a daughter of an important noble, and he's crying out for vengeance. There were heavy implications that these pirates are under someone's protection. That is so much money! Or lose burger satisfaction. I literally do not have that money. Sorry, burgers, you'll rise up again, I promise. The exodus of Frasirinoro. People of Frasirinoro no longer feel like they have future in our country due to religious differences. The preaching to the local priests in Frasirinoro is no longer reaching responsive ears, and some have already started to leave the area for more favorable ground. Good riddance. 100. Leave to Annaba. Italy is too Catholic for them, so they're gonna go to Tunis. Replace the priest. Lose clergy satisfaction, but get 5 humanist. Alright. Clergies are impossible to make unhappy, so I might as well. New Brunswick finally discovered? Let's see it. Is it all gonna be fur and lumber and fur and lumber? Fish, lumber, wild game. And some fur. And the province breakdown. And how about the population? Very low populations will be super easy to start absorbing things around here. Wild game, fish, lumber all over the place. They're kind of wanting for metal though. How about exploration out toward Central American Sea area? We can get some coast down this way. We lack manpower to explore actual land. That's cool. That's more reason then for me to build up some more armories and things to keep my manpower up, because my manpower right now is non-existent. So I guess for now we shall explore the sea as much as I can. Mozambique Channel, Swahili Coast. Let's strike out to the Pacific. Except all these locations here are very resource poor. They don't have the liquor, they don't have the tools. So how about no then? We won't strike out for the Pacific yet. Labrador Sea? By way of Fogo, is Fogo an option? It is not. Go by Guam. Any decent crown guys to be admiral? Or are we doomed to be replaced by some old guy from Central Europe? Laho, Cezanne, stats. We'll put him on and get some admiral stuff in. Pindorama discovered. And so now we have... There's no French here. It's not as gold rich down here, though. We got exploration coming up this way pretty soon, though. That'll be in 6 months' time for Parana. I should build more military buildings. Armory gives 10 monthly manpower. Training field gives 10. Why would I care about training field over armory? What's the major difference? Monthly manpower and can recruit regiments. It's got its own chain of things. Korean barracks. Armory, we're already at armory. Korean barracks becomes armory. To 15. Regiment training capacity of +1. To 25, 5 training capacity. In contrast, training fields is 10 and yes. To 20. To 25 in training capacity. I don't see a major difference. Maybe the production matters a little bit more. Buy monthly manpower and sergeantry if it's in the capital. I guess we could build training fields around in places. How long would it take to build? Is the cost different? Takes a year and costs 200 versus a year and 100 for 10 manpower versus 10 manpower. Guns, leather, cloth, paper, and weapons. Guns, leather, paper, cloth, and weapons. So training fields just look like more expensive. armories then. Takes 1,000 soldiers. 1,000 soldiers. What does the wisdom of the internet say? AU5, armory, or training ground? Nothing there. Why training ground? It seems nobody else has been as confused by me. Barracks in woody provinces means less time for training. Apparently? No, this is an EU4 suggestions thread. Never mind. Useless Google, that's not what I want. Let's put some armories. There, just 10 of them. Get more manpower in. Christiana Pietas. Tolerance of heathen belief. Well, there's a reformation going on? Sure. We got dry dock now. Let's try to do... Let's do more cost of court. I don't mind putting stability into the negatives for a while. But let's get legitimacy to 50 if I want to change the laws. Free thinkers not persecuted, with the exception of burning the Italian Bible earlier. Our policy of letting philosophers, administrators, and scientists to pursue knowledge unfettered by governmental or religious restrictions has led to a burst of activity in the salons and university capital. Very well. Free thinkers of tenure. Faster research progress. Two more years for this claim. Colony of Caracas will now join with Tsushima. Aren't they lucky that I am so generous? Cotton, maize, fiber crops, cotton. Yeah, they could fill that out themselves if they really wanted to. Okay, these guys are currently a drain on me. Let me deplete some of these Lancers. By which I mean all the Lancers. And now I got manpower back. It's just down to maintenance now. Because I want to get this war started. I've been sitting on this. I don't want Milan to get more allies while I wait around for buildings to grow. They've lost their alliance with Croatia. Croatia probably asked them to join and they said no. So let's do it. Declare war. Papal States will say yes. Hungary will say yes, but then so will Aquileia, Pavia, Savoy. For the Parliament approved claim. Slightly stronger than, we're going to kick their asses. Hungary is going to join. Pope's going to join. So we'll call them in, call them in. Treaty's honored. So let's. They got all their boats there. Any more crowns that need some naval experience? Andrew Caroli. We'll put some scruff on your beard there. Laszlo. They'll be alright. Let's raise. Raise all of my regulars. That's raise regulars? No. Raise my levies. And raise my, very tiny navies. We got 100% in all of these. Now, we don't need these levies. We got no levies out here. No levies necessary. And then these guys are just gonna get themselves killed. So we don't need Grenoble. We don't need out here. Possibly don't need these guys, we'll see. 7,000 at high morale staring right down at me. And 7,000 down here in Pavia. Maybe starting immediately over there wasn't the best of ideas. Move, 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 move. They got their own standing army in their capital, of course they do. I kind of expected them to have a standing army. I didn't realize they'd all be right there next to me. They're being nice and letting me move first. Okay, this is gonna be a little bit rough because we do have 14,000 armies right here on my border and a few thousand more right there. And it looks like they're coming down this way. Let's head down to Bologna first. These guys together. This guy is in a very uncomfortable position here. Try to march him through in such a way that he doesn't get in anybody else's way. Move these guys to Sarzana. This guy will wait over there. Are these all of my... Okay, those are my light ships. Ten Navy selected out of the light ship variety. We'll bring these guys on up this way. This will be our initial attack group. Transport capacity of 10,000. I have 19,000 dudes here. Bring in my cannon. And then drop enough guys here to fit on the boats. 9,000 and change. Let's have you guys start moving up. You guys already are. The rest of you will move down to Napoli for boat pickup. And my value should still be naval. Point 12. So even with all the armies I raise, and how few boat levies I get now, we still have enough towards naval to not lose our 53.57. A little Verona has somebody there too. Kinda glad you didn't get attacked. Oh, Hungary's got guys out here too. Hungary still has so many guys in the west. Alright, that's gonna get Savoy off my back. And we're just constantly bullying boats here. Now. These guys are still coming down. These guys are going to... up there, right? Yeah. They're coalescing. What would be the smart play? Because they're still very divided right now. We could take Pavia out. They're in our castle after all. So much war score just because they're trying the boats. It's funny like that. Where's this guy going? Trying to go up there? No, go over here. I should have gone the long way around. Now that those guys are dropped off, we'll go back and pick up some more dudes. There's already a fight going on. Pavia has been drawn away from their ill-timed siege. Milan is still picking up strength. $10,000. There. 9,000 taken, 9,000 left behind. Milan's just waiting. I think that Milan is doing the very sensible thing of playing on the defensive. These guys are heading down to Bobbio. Bobbio's over here. So just keep everybody together for now. And now there's Milan on the move. They've got 10,000 dudes. Let's keep these guys together. If they're going to be on the move now, this could work out for me. Because I could try to take everybody out. "29, 21, and 5! Ugh. Dare I balance? 12, 12, 12 sounds awful right now. Oh, they're gonna join this great big fight. Are they actually going to? I guess we're all gonna join this great big fight. With my ruler in the middle. It's very tense, we're pushing it our way. Not now, naval fights. Get out of here, Gulf of Venice. What the fuck are they doing in the Gulf of Venice? They're not going to win. All they're doing is... Is this an actual mechanic of the game that they try to deny you visibility? We've lost our center. It's 48 against 14. We lost our fucking center. We got reinforcements coming in. We did it. Battle of Bardi. Real Battle of Bardi. 4,800 killing 4,600. A battle of this scope. Ruler against ruler. Nearly 5,000 souls lost on both sides. 2.69 war score. That's kind of nothing. And I still have so many guys here waiting to be picked up. We still have so many guys here waiting to be picked up. They've lost so many, but we're still in a very good position. But a meow, 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 meow. Okay, boats ready in port. Boats in port. You can't tell because it's halfway out of port. Where's my drop enough to embark button? An extra 9k at a time shuffled in. Every once in a while, when you embark a group, it doesn't go to the boat like it's supposed to. It is very bizarre. Are these my prisoners? Nope, those are my guys. Got some fast boatage. Okay, get these groups together. Where are they heading to? To Salo? Where's Salo? Salo? And then further out. The smart play is to hunt them down and kill them. What is Bohemia doing down here? Bohemia-Milan War. They're trying to take over. Since I'm at war here, they're like, oh shit, I see what you got going on here. It's time for Bohemia to start pushing further in. They're not even bordering any of Milan. What kind of bullshit claim do they get to take Salandro? Okay, it's in the Alps at least. But they're doing all this down here. And they could easily start taking stuff from Pavia. So it would be a mercy if I sat on Pavia before the Bohemians could. And between the Pope's armies and Bohemia's armies, Pavia is likely not going to be an issue. I'm going to play a bit foolish and try to take a fort first. Although, Pavia's army came all the way down here. Let's wait for a sec. Get some morale back up. And then go chase him down. 13,000 can't fit. Almost done filling all these guys around. Hey, Piranha's discovered. Let's see how Piranha looks for our colonization requirements. It's looking pretty good around here. There's not much in the way of gold and such, of course. There's some gems. But we could try to ease our way up. They got the iron, but they don't got the gold next over. There's some gold here, though. We could go in this way, cut them off, get some gold there. That is exactly what we're going to do. We'll start with Guayataca, go up to Itanhomi, then Paranga, and that'll get us up to gold and gold and gold and gold. Lumber, legumes, fish, beeswax, fish, fiber, fish, salt. Lumber, fruit, lumber, fish, salt. Okay, we'll create a charter here. Then we'll send exploration. We could send exploration out here, can't we? That's like just a blot right now. Is that a blot because it's terrain, or a blot because we just haven't explored that spot, that we can't explore that spot? Well, tragically for now, it is 3:54 p.m. We have Milan's faction on the run. They're getting double teamed between me and Bohemia. For once, the bulging Kingdom Bohemia is working to my benefit. But we do have a movie coming up that I gotta get ready for, folks. So let me put a save over here. And this is gonna be as much as we have for now. Maybe I'll do more afterwards, because I am kind of hooked on the game and don't mind no-lifing it over the weekend. For now, who have we got that we could quite possibly raid? For now, who have we... Is that what I sound like? That's what I sound like? Is that what I sound like? Oh my goodness, microphone. Did I get too much cat hair in you or something? Womp 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 womp. Damn it, Bobby. Alright. For now, let's go raid Schubert. Schubert will make a good raid subject. Achievements for old people. So, let's go raid him. Raid it to the old Shoops. And I'll catch you guys soon enough. Take care of yourselves.
Tsuki no showerを優しく浴びるとさよならの痛みも消えてゆくよ。ああ思い切り今日生きたやつにはもっと大きな明日がきっと来るのさ。Tomorrow走ろう新しく Tomorrow 輝こう強く